There is no heaven for a man without a woman. All that a man needs to find heaven on this earth is to find a good woman. But he has to be a good man.
Excuse me. You know Dougie Fresh? Dougie Fresh.
Follow my teacher, Minister Farrakhan, and y'all listen to him.
Though society may look at you as offenders of the law, I want to talk to you for a few moments this morning on how the Creator views you. For you are His creation and not the creation of those who have judged you. Therefore, I would like to offer you this morning not only knowledge of yourself, but a way out of that which has caused you to be in a place of confinement. Who are you? Yes, there's black, there's brown, there's white, but this is not who you are. Who are you? Well, I'm a woman. Yes. But who are you in reality? If I judge you by your color, I limit you. For the color of your skin, whether it's black or brown or white or red, it is that which comes to you from the earth. Because on the earth you have all of these various shades and colors. You have earth that is black, earth that is brown, you have earth that is red, you have earth that is white. So we have rocks that have these colors. We have flowers that have these colors. So we can never be defined by a color. Who are you? Well, you say, if I can't be defined by a color, maybe I can be defined by my nationality. You may say, I'm an American. Or you might say, I'm Hispanic. Or you might say, I'm Irish, or I'm Italian, or I'm Greek. But no. Those are limited boundaries made by man. You didn't come from America. You came up out of the earth. America is the name of a country, the United States of America. So you could define yourself as American, but that's limiting you to a certain geographic area on the earth that does not necessarily connect you with your fellow human beings who come up out of the earth, and maybe they say, well, I'm Jamaican, or I'm Trinidadian, or I'm Brazilian, or I'm from Morocco or Tangiers, or I'm from Sudan or Egypt or Iran or Iraq or China. These are narrowing limitations that do not describe who you really are. Well, maybe I'm a Christian, or I'm a Muslim, or I'm a Jew, or I'm a Buddhist, or I'm a Zoroastrian, or I'm a Shinto, or I'm a Tao. Well, you could be all of those, but that's limiting you based upon a set of principles of belief that do not necessarily tie you as a Buddhist or you as a Christian to a Muslim, to a Jew, to a fellow human being. All of these are limiting definitions. You agree?
That's right.
So, whether you're an American, if you die in China, the earth won't reject you and say you're not Chinese, you can't be buried here.
That's right.
The earth is the earth.
That's right.
And the earth is one. Why aren't human beings that way? Now let's go to Scripture. In the beginning of the Bible, it's called the Genesis. And that means the beginning of, the birth of. God says He created man and woman in His own image and after His own likeness. That's very powerful. Now, usually men would say, well, wait a minute, that's referring to me. You know, I'm the man. A woman came from a rib somewhere. And but wait, you go back and you pick up your Bible. And when you get to the 5th chapter of Genesis, it says, male and female created He them.
That's right.
And called their name Adam.
That's right.
So it's not that man is made in the image and likeness of God and woman is not. Woman is made in the image and likeness of God. Now, what do you mean by that? What is a likeness of? If I took a picture of you, the picture is not you, but it sure is a likeness of you. And I can identify you by looking at your likeness. Oh, yeah, that's Jane. Here she is. Yeah. Okay?
That's right.
So if you are the image of and the likeness of God, the Creator, then when I look at you, I should see Him. Now that's the way He created us to be, reflections of Him. Now, this means that in your nature, He has deposited Himself. Otherwise, you couldn't be reflections of Him if He's not within you as well as outside of you. Boy, that's very heavy.
Yes, sir.
So when I see you, I don't have to wait to die to see God. I'm looking at Him. When I look at you, you didn't hear me. I want to say it again. See now, if Michael Jordan came in the room, he said, "Oh man, there's Mike." You know, because he's famous, he's rich, he's great at what he does, and he's a beautiful human being. Are you any less?
No.
I want you to think about who you are. Because you admire Michael because Michael is the greatest basketball player who ever played the game. One of the Boston Celtics, Larry Bird, said that when he saw Michael on the court, it was as though he saw God in a basketball uniform. That's how magnificent he performed. Well, not only are we made to perform great on a sports court, but you are created to perform excellently in the world court. How could you be the image of God and be dumb? How could you be the image of God and not creative? How could you be the image of God and not productive? How could you be the image of God and then confined like an animal in a place such as this? Sisters, you're more than just a female. You have to begin to see how valuable the woman is to the entire scheme of divine. He created you very, very, very special. Prophet Muhammad said these words. They say, after God, who should get the most respect? And the answer was, your mother. He said, who next? He said, your mother. He said, who next? Your mother. Who after that? Your father. Now, mother was mentioned 3 times. After God, no one in society should get more respect than a mother. Why? Because you are the one that God uses in a very special way to bring onto the earth every great scientist, every great doctor, lawyer, inventor, prophet, sage, wise man. Everything great comes from you. But the fruit of your womb now is become a disaster because you have lost your connection to your Creator. So when you lose your connection to the Creator, then you put man in the place of God. Then man becomes your guide, and he's not guided by God, then your life is ruined. My teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, said, there's no such thing as a no good woman. But I didn't finish. He said, every no good woman was made no good by a no good man. Now, all of you are the daughters of some father. And I'm blessed to have 5 daughters who adore their father. I reared them with my wife in a very special way. I learned a lot from my daughters because they taught me something about the nature of the female. Allah says in the Quran that He created the woman that the man may find peace and quiet of mind in her. She is a natural consoler of the man. There is no heaven for a man without a woman. All that a man needs to find heaven on this earth is to find a good woman. But he has to be a good man. As a woman of God, first of all, you are not an animal, and therefore there are human rights that are yours. Let me tell you what I mean by a human right. Every need of the human being is a human right. To deprive the human being of a human need is to deprive the human being of a human right. Any deprivation of a human need leads to consequences in the society. Now, I'm going to finish in just a few minutes, but I can't be in a room with women who are so special, who are so important in the divine plan of God, and just come in and say hello and how are you and hope you'll feel better and go out and leave you. In a place like this, without some hope as to how you can use a place like this for your betterment and for your advancement. No matter what you're in here for. I don't care, from murder, which is terrible, all the way down to drugs or prostitution or whatever you're here for that offends the law. I maintain that if you were given the right stuff, maybe a place like this would never be for you. Most women in audiences that I talk to all over the country, black women in particular, have been abused. I hardly meet a female that has not been abused, oftentimes by father, by uncle, by some dear friend of the family that the family respected. But when the mother or the father wasn't looking, this person abused a child who loved innocently but was hurt by the way they were handled by those whom they loved. It is because man has been reduced to an animal, and therefore you are an object of pleasure and not the serious creation of God. And that's why men can call you a bitch, and you will use that terminology on each other without ever feeling any shame. A bitch is a female dog. That is God spelled backwards. And when you look at yourself in that light, you have turned the way God has created you totally around, and now you're the very opposite of what God intended for you to be. You are born to be the masters of creation. You are born to rule creation, not just man, but man and woman. But if you are deprived of a human need, you are deprived of a human right. And therefore, this deprivation leads to psychological, social, and moral consequences. Now, let me go a little deeper. Since you are more than physical. See, the animal is a physical creature, yet a dog domesticated responds to kindness. A domesticated animal needs food. So God has put food on the earth for every one of his creatures. You never find birds in a worm line. Why should human beings be in a bread line? Can you imagine Big Bird with a basket full of worms and all the other birds lined up? That makes Big Bird feel, I'm Big Bird. Because everybody's coming to me for a worm. But God put it in the nature of every bird to get a worm for yourself, except the babies. The babies, until they learn, mama gives them their food. And until you learn, mama feeds you. Well, what did mama feed you? I'm talking about physical food. What did she feed you up here? See? So a human right of the human being is knowledge. That's what separates the human being from the animal. It's knowledge. Now, what kind of education did you receive? See? Now let's look at our educational system. I grew up in Boston. I was blessed in Boston to go to an all-black school. It's no longer there. But even the dumbest one in our classroom knew how to read.
Come on.
Today, in 1997, last year there were 200,000 high school graduates. 40% of them graduated as functionally illiterate that could not read even at a 5th grade level. Now you tell me, what has happened to the human rights of children when they are not being educated to be able to survive in an environment like this? Let me go a little step further. When I was a youngster here in Boston, I went to my grammar school. I was a fairly smart youngster. My intelligence quotient, or IQ, was not the highest. I came somewhere maybe in the middle or a little above. But all the smartest ones in my classroom right now, they're either dead, on drugs, or in prison. What about the smartest ones in your class? Where are they today? They're dead, on drugs, in prison. And the people that's left out there to run the show are those like me. Who have a mediocre IQ. Well, I'm not denigrating myself. I thank God for allowing me to be the man that He is allowing me to be. But I'm trying to tell you something about society and its responsibility to the human being. When I was in the 7th grade, I went to Boston Public Latin School. And I started learning Latin. But racism in the school really affected me, and I didn't do too well. So I went back to my all-black grammar school and graduated with honors and went on to English high school. Now, I'm in English high school, and I start with Latin, English. I'm a freshman now. I have algebra. I take German. Now I got Latin, German, English. I go on to my 2nd year. I take another year of German, another year of Latin. And then I have plane geometry. I have biology. When I graduate, I have algebra, plane geometry, solid geometry, trigonometry, calculus. When I graduate at 16, I have 3 years of Latin, 2 years of German, 2 years of French, 1 year of Spanish. I have ancient history, medieval history, modern history. I have biology, physics, chemistry. I know every country on the earth. I know every capital of every country. I know something about all the people and what their countries produce. And I'm educated right here in Boston, Massachusetts. I go to college. I go to Huntington Prep School because I was to get a track scholarship. And I was fast, but the coach didn't think I was fast enough to deal with the brothers in the South, so he wanted me to take 1 more year of school, so I went to Huntington Prep. When I went to college, I never bought a book.
Come on.
I went through college without ever buying a book because my high school education was so superior. But look at the youngsters today. Now, you mean to tell me that teachers knew how to educate me 40 years ago, and you don't know how to educate these today? Do you mean to tell me we can put a man on the moon and put a little contraption on Mars and be on the earth studying rocks and the composition of rocks and can't see a dope shipment coming in? You got spy satellites 22,000 miles above our heads, looking down on movements of troops and materiel all over the world. They can zero in from a satellite on an automobile and tell you the license plate number, but they don't know where the drugs are coming in. They don't know who's bringing the guns in. Something is wrong in this society. And it's depriving the American people of human rights. Because an uneducated human being is a dangerous human being. Now, God said when He created us, in His image, I give you power and dominion over the fowl of the air, the fish of the sea, and every creeping thing that crawls upon the earth. I want you to be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, and subdue it. Didn't just mean have babies. In multiplication, you have a multiplier, a multiplicand, you have a product. When God tells you to be fruitful and multiply, see, be fruitful. Here's a tree. If it's being fruitful, it's got to produce. Well, if God says to the human being, be fruitful, then He's telling us we are not supposed to be on welfare. We are not supposed to be looking for somebody to give us a handout. We are supposed to be fruitful, be productive human beings. And anytime society cripples its citizens by not educating you properly to make you productive. So now, some of you in your beauty, some man will come along and say, hey, baby, you know what I mean? Why don't you just sell yourself? See, that's not being productive. Somebody is misusing the serious creation of God. And some of you have been so badly abused by men, you don't want nothing to do with men anymore in your life. I understand it, my dear sisters, but there are some good men that are being made today. And you do not have to despair because you don't have one.
Okay, keep coming.
Now, I think I should conclude because the men are getting ready to come in, but you are so special. If I took a little longer time with you, it's all right with me because I hope it's all right with the institution because of your importance. And you should not despair because you're here. There is life after this. See, human need is education. But the human need is also to be loved, to be appreciated. That's a human right. In a society where the color of your skin becomes a badge of shame, you don't feel loved because you're black. And the darker you are, the less you feel good about who you are. But what kind of society is this that would make a human being feel less than who they are because their color is dark, or their hair is not as straight, or their nose is a little flatter, or their lips are a little thicker? How dare you? Listen. If I like a German Shepherd dog, how dare me say German Shepherd supremacy over Doberman Pinscher?
Come on.
See, that's your preference.
Right.
God, in his infinite wisdom, never creates two snowflakes alike,
Right.
two raindrops alike, two leaves alike. And he's never created two human beings alike. This is the majesty of the infinity of his wisdom. So you are black.
Come on.
Well, does that mean you're not created in the image and likeness of God? Or this one is Asian, or this one is called Hispanic, so you have a different look. Does that mean you're not in the image and likeness of God? See, if we who are in society, who are in positions of authority and power, were non-racist, were really in power in the image of God, then we would see all human beings, regardless of their color, in the image and likeness of God, and treat them as we would treat God. Now where's this? Where's this in the Bible? See, they came to Jesus and they said, Master, when were you sick? Or when were you hungry and I fed you not? When were you naked and I clothed you not? When were you out of doors and I gave you not shelter? When were you sick and imprisoned and I ministered not unto you? And Jesus said, inasmuch as you have not done these things unto the least of these,
Yes, sir.
my
Yes, sir.
brethren, you have not done it also unto me. So the least human being, Jesus equates with himself.
That's right. Think
I want you
yes,
to
sir.
just
Think about it.
think about that.
Yeah.
See, a lot of us just talk Jesus.
Come on. Come on.
We don't know that man.
Come on.
We see this image on the wall, but we don't know that man to understand the principles that undergird his life. Inasmuch as you have not done it unto the least of these. And see, you all have been made to believe that you are the least. And that's why you don't expect much of yourselves. You say, well, you know what I mean? So if I steal, you know what I mean? You know, I use drugs, if I sell my body, if I fight the sister in the cell block, beat her down, cut her throat, so what? She ain't nothing. I ain't nothing.
Come on.
But if you begin to see yourself as one made in the image and likeness of God, then you begin to expect more of yourself than what you expect. And if you expect more, you're going to work to bring more from yourself that reflects your Creator. Then when you see your sister, you know who you're looking at. I know who I'm looking at. That's why it's an honor for me to be here. Do you hear what I'm saying? Whatever you've been called, she's a robber. This one's a thief. This one is embezzler. This one writes bad checks. This one is a welfare fraud. She's a prostitute. This one here is a killer. You're not that. That's what you've become as a result of circumstances that you did not get control of. In some of the strong Islamic societies, if you steal, they cut off your hand. You see a dude walking down the street with no hand, you know what they're guilty of. And if you steal once, the right hand is gone. Then the next time, the left hand is gone. The next time, the right foot is gone. The next time, the left foot is gone. Fifth time, you gone. When I was over there in that land, honest to God, in Mecca, they have money changers. And you go with a dollar, or US dollars, if you want Saudi riyals, or if you want French francs, or if you want German marks, or Japanese yen, or English pounds, you can go and present your currency and you can get an exchange. I could see the safe and it was wide open.
Come on.
And nobody coming there, all right, this is a sticker. Not there. No, not there. And then when it's time to go to prayer, and you hear that muezzin say, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, they start closing down everything. And all they do, they don't take their merchandise off the table, they roll a sheet over it, and they go on to prayer. And you come back, all your merchandise is right there, because the penalty is so great. Now, they have it was a priest over there, I understand, and it's against the law, but they didn't have alcohol. And the priest had him a little nip. Well, it's a different culture. Priests do take a little nip every night. And they whipped him. And the Pope was very upset because they caned him, pow, pow, don't drink here. Then there was some that a woman. And they don't wait. There's no long trials and string you out. You know what I mean? Oh no. Guilty? Okay, fine. Next Friday after prayer, execution. Wow. And I'm serious. They executed these that raped this woman. They executed them in public. All executions are public. All executions are public. Ain't no such thing as going behind a door and giving you lethal injection and just a few people. No, the whole society, this is televised. Not really televised, but I've seen televised hangings in countries that I've traveled in. Now look at this. They took that man who raped this young Filipino woman, and a man came out with a sword, and they tied his hands, and bent him over, joked him in the side, and when he did that, he came right down, mop, and the head rolled off, and the people in the audience said, Allahu Akbar, God is great. One more criminal that we ain't feeding. Now look at this.
Tough law.
Man, that's tough law.
Yes, sir.
You don't have no big crime rate over there. No. But look at the mercy in the American criminal justice system. It's a criminal justice system. But there's mercy in it, because some of us in other countries would be dead. And the question is, do you deserve to die when you have been deprived of human rights? Do you deserve to die, or do you deserve a chance to redeem yourself and show the world that you are not what they label you as, or you are not what's on the record of who you are, but you are who God created you to be.
Isn't there one sister in here that has a question for me? Not one? There she is. Let's give her a round of applause. Sister, you have the mic.
They're dying inside. What does society look on us women as base? They don't know our lives. So how can you condemn a woman just taking her to court and on behalf of the witnesses condemn a woman? You know, how can society done such an ugly thing to us? That's my question.
Thank you. I think Sister, you are serving a life term. And what is the crime that you are charged with? Murder. And who is it alleged or you're convicted of murdering? Who? Her common law husband?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have children from that man?
No, sir.
Did you have children?
Yes, sir.
What happened that you felt the need to kill him?
Before everyone in here, I know what I have done, and God knows it, that he has done something he shouldn't have done. He raped the child.
Thank you.
We raised together from
I understand.
From 8 months. Come on. We raised that child as our own.
Sister.
What gives him the right to touch
Come,
her?
come. Now, come stand with me. To the sisters that are here, sometimes you have children that are very beautiful, and you think you need a man in your life, and you take a man into your home, and he's your child. To any judge that is listening, what is the nature of a mother? It is to protect the child that she brings into this world. And brothers, when a man violates a child or a woman and takes from her what she does not wish to give, in our world that's punishable by death. You have grandchildren now?
And I'm going for my appeal sometime this month. I'm going back to court.
She's going back to court this month for her appeal. I pray that God will touch the heart of any judge that hears her cry. The nature of the female is to protect, defend, and give her life for the protection of her children. A bear grabbed a woman's child in America. And that woman ran that bear down and made that bear give her back her child. Phenomenal courage because of the love that's in the heart of a mother for what she produces. And I'm telling you, brothers, misusing women in our world is punishable by death. Because when you destroy a woman by her, you have literally destroyed something in her that even the man that comes into her life, she can never give herself fully to that man because that man mistreated her. May I know who the judge is, and I will write a letter to the judge on your behalf, and may God bless you and bring you back home to your children. It's my honor to meet you.
Starting my Bible and those words that you
No, I heard you loud and clear. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Sir, a long time ago, someone said of a superpower that it was the only country in history that had gone directly from barbarism to degeneration without the usual interim of civilization.
Without what, sir?
Without the usual interim of civilization. As you continue to engage in the fight against immorality and injustice, what advice would you offer our leaders, present and prospective, so that we may not fall into the same pit of infamy and notoriety? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. My dear brother, and to all of you who heard his question, I hope I heard it well. A society that comes from barbarism to civilization. Brother, do you have a hand mic? Wait. No, I want my brother, I want to make sure that I understood his question. No. Yeah, go back. Thank you, brother. If I misunderstood you, make it clear. Please, brother, see if you can make it very clear to me.
I'm sorry, sir. Someone said a long time ago that of a certain superpower, that it was the only country in history that had gone directly from barbarism to degeneration without the usual interim of civilization.
Without the usual?
Interim, without the usual period of civilization. And my question, sir, is what advice may you offer our leaders, present and prospective, so that we may not fall into the same pit of notoriety and infamy?
I think I understand. So this is somebody from the superpower talking.
Actually, sir, it was a mayor from a French town who said that in 1945.
Well, the superpower did not go from barbarism to civilized behavior. In America right now, you have the largest incarceration rate of human beings than many countries combined in the world. Over 2.1 million Americans are in prison, and most of them are black and brown. There is no shortcut from barbarism to civilized people and civilized conduct. But our lessons teach us what is the duty of a civilized person. It is to teach civilization to those who are considered savage or barbaric. Right now, our behavior is barbaric or uncivilized or savage in the way we deal with one another. And what is a savage? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that a savage is a person that has lost the knowledge of self and is living the life of a beast. So I would recommend to the government of Belize and all the governments, study your educational system. It is not producing a civilized society. It is producing a barbaric society. So that should be put out and give the people a proper education that teaches them the arts and sciences of civilized people, and then we will go from savagery or barbarism into civilized behavior that would make us able to connect with civilized people all over the earth. Thank you. Wait, brother. I ain't hearing you at all. Wait a minute, take the mic not so close to your mouth and just speak clearly so I can understand, because me know the dialect, you know. So I want you to talk straight words so I can understand you. You help me break it down, brother. Go ahead. Help me.
He's been here for over 11 years, and he doesn't think that the system here is providing them and preparing them. He thinks that they haven't produced books and different things to help them prepare to go outside.
He told me, you've been here for 11 years, and you don't think that the system here is providing you with adequate training and learning that would prepare you to go out of this institution and make a contribution. Now, how much more time does he have?
Yes.
Okay. I asked a question about how much more time do you have to serve? You have a life sentence? Is that what he said? Okay. Now let me help you as best I can. I had a meeting with the prison officials, and they told me the steps that they are taking, and we offered suggestions. Prison is not a hotel, and you shouldn't look for the amenities of a hotel in a prison. But from what I understand, they are trying their best to make this experience a positive experience from a negative situation. Now, how many of you feel that you need better books that you can study in your library? Would you raise your hands? Okay, now to Mr. Wood. See, we need to help. It's easy to condemn, but what you need is help. Books cost money. So what we will do, we will sit. And Brother Nuri, I'm going back to the United States, but I want to help. So tell me the books that you would need, and I will recommend certain books for you to read that will start you thinking. And I can tell you, my dear brother, even though you've been given life, you will not spend your life here. I can guarantee you, as the scriptures in the book of Isaiah preach, that when you make the change within yourself and become a civilized human being under these conditions, those doors will open and you will be set free.
He's also talking about the need for a law library so that they can study their own.
Now, brother, I heard that you said you need a law library so you can study law. I will ask my brothers in Chicago, but I think if you have a computer, you can access law libraries through your computers. Are they allowed to have any computers? No internet. Well, then we have to see about getting you some books.
Yeah, there are some discarded law books from here in Belize that can be donated to them.
Brother Nuri says there are some discarded law books here in Belize that can be donated to you. Now, our duty is to try to prepare you, not for a life in here, but for life outside of here. So whatever we can do to serve you, I don't want to put my word out and we don't make our word bond. So if those books exist, would you be amenable, Mr. Wood? What Mr. Wood is saying, he would love to see you interact through computers, but there are certain blocks that they would have to put on the computer. Well, remember, we're not in a hotel with Wi-Fi. We are in prison. So any advantage that you can get that will improve the quality of your life in here, you should seek it, and we will try to help you get it. Thank you for your question, brother. Yes, sir. Stand by me.
Minister, welcome. My question is in regards to the crime and violence situation that has Belize in an havoc. Now, first and foremost, I want to ask, what would be your suggestion to us as Belizeans concerning the crime and violence situation? Because we know for a fact that, especially among our black people, we are facing self-destruction. We are at a point that we are almost an endangered species. Please help us with whatever knowledge that you have that will enhance us so that we may see and realize that we are an endangered species. Thank you.
Very good.
That one is clear.
Very clear. Brother said that blacks are an endangered species. So true. We are beset with crime and violence. So true. Tomorrow night at Bird's Isle, I will go into the conspiracy in very high places that facilitates crime, violence, and gang warfare, not only in Belize, but throughout the Caribbean, in Africa, in South America, in Central America. It's by design. And once you know the design and the designer, then it's up to us to reject that design and condemn the designer of such a wicked plot to keep us in prisons, keep us in a state of violence. So tomorrow night, my lecture will be broadcast. It will be seen throughout Belize, throughout the Caribbean, back in North America, and by the grace of God, I hope to answer that question, but then it's going to leave you with a responsibility. Because when there's an outside force that's manipulating current conditions in Belize, one of the conditions is unemployment. One of the conditions is poverty among the masses of the people. And when somebody is poor and can't feed their family, it's hard to tell a man, thou shalt not steal, when he has no food on his table. But these are conditions that we can change. But remember now, change doesn't start somewhere else. It starts with you and me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Salam alaikum.
Good morning. My name is Frederick Casimiro. I am doing a sentence of 75 years as well. And I've come to prison and realized that here where I have gone wrong and done wrong things in life. And I am now a facilitator here at this prison. I do spiritual teachings. But my question to you, sir, is about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
About what, sir?
Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yes, go ahead.
Who, the question is, what would you say Jesus is? Is he a prophet or as it has been said that God himself has come down in the flesh as Jesus Christ? So I would like you to answer.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, I understood. I understand this question. Now, brothers, I'm going to give you something to think about, and then I'll try to answer your question. Satan is called the arch deceiver. And in the book of Revelations, it tells you Satan deceived the whole world. That's mass destruction by mass deception. Now, what is the greatest truth that you can be deceived about that interests Satan to deceive the whole world? I'm going to answer my own question. It's about the identity of Jesus Christ. Because Jesus Christ comes into the world to end the world of Satan. So if you were Satan, you would want to deceive the world about the man that's coming to end your world. You got the right name, Jesus the Christ. But do you really know Jesus? See? Now, the first thing when you're a criminal and they have a mugshot of you and you escape jail, they put your picture up on television and they give a description of you so that the law-abiding citizen will look at that picture and say, oh, I saw that man. He was over here yesterday. Problem. You're looking for Jesus, but you may not have an adequate description of the man you're looking for. And as a result of that, the enemy has painted Jesus to the world as a Caucasian. Jesus was not Caucasian. Now, what difference does it make, you may say? Well, it don't make a difference to us, because we'll follow a white man if the truth is in his mouth. But why did they feel it necessary to make the whole world see Jesus as a Caucasian? It's because subliminally and overtly they want us to worship the image of white people, our former colonial and slave master. Now, I didn't finish the question. I just started. But it's such a big question that we as Muslims believe there are two Jesuses. There's Jesus who was a prophet, and there's Jesus the Messiah. The Messiah is the Jesus that has the indwelling presence of God. That Jesus we believe in, and that Jesus we're trying to follow. That one that does what only God can do. It says in the Quran, Jesus opens the eyes of the blind by God's permission. He makes the deaf hear by God's permission. He raises the dead to life by God's permission. This is not the work of a prophet. This is the work that says God is present in the world. Now, if you know Jesus, you got power, brother, to break the chains that got us bound to crime and sin in this prison. I know that Jesus. That's why I'm a free black man. I don't beg nobody for nothing. I come where I want to come, go where I want to go, say what I want to say, because greater is the power that is in me than he that is in the world. I'm here to introduce you to that Jesus so you can go free as I am. Next question. Yes, brother.
Greetings in the name of us. So I have so many questions on here every time, so of course, so I also want to say on behalf of us, thanks for everything, sir. So yeah, I just want to give you this, sir.
I'll tell you, my brother, nothing would please me more than to shake your hand and to thank you on behalf of all of the inmates that you spoke on behalf of. Brother Frank said he's been here for 21 years. Frank is a young man still. How old were you when you came here? 15 years of age. Brother Frank, if you accept that civilizing message of Muhammad ibn Abdullah and Jesus the Christ, I will fight for you to be released from here to go out and do your service. Where's your family? Are they Muslim? No, they're Christian. His family is Christian. When you listen to me, God willing, tomorrow, I will represent Jesus Christ in a way that you've never heard him before. And then we can challenge government. When a man has turned his life around in prison, then something should be said about that man to give him a chance to go out and make a meaningful contribution to society. But to keep a man here for the rest of his days after he is civilized makes no sense at all. May Allah bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Take one more.
I'll take the last question from the brother.
Good afternoon.
Yes, brother.
My name is Russell High. First, thanking you for bringing the word of healing to the Kobe Foundation and bringing the victory. I would like to see I'm in prison for the adoption of a female, which the young lady gave a statement that I didn't adopt with her. I'm still in prison. The Constitution said that after 90 days you're entitled for a bail. I have 4 months and I didn't get a bail. The complainant write a letter, declaration letter to the whole entire system saying I didn't adopted her. They still have me in prison. I'm here to talk for the people, the whole prison. You come to heal the prison. You gave me a time to see what is right in this country. This country is corrupted from the top to the bottom. I'm saying it.
Thank you. Tell me what you
said. This country, this is doing a business. This is a business in this country to hold people in this prison. You have people that is guilty in this prison, but you have people that's also innocent in this prison.
Now, brother. Brother, there are many people in prisons across the world who are innocent.
Yes.
And there are many who are guilty.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And when you are innocent, the blood cries out from the earth to set you free.
I understand. But
wait, brother. I heard you loud and clear, thanks to Brother Nuri. You're waiting for an appeal.
I'm not waiting for an appeal.
What
I'm
do you?
remanded. I'm remanded. In the Constitution clearly says after 90 days you're entitled for a bail if you don't murder or anything. I don't murder nobody.
Okay, I see.
You understand?
You're remanded here,
yes,
waiting for a trial that you've never received.
A bail. That means a bail, a bond.
To be able to afford a bail. I thought he said appeal. A bail so that he can get out. But
after 90 days, after serving 90 days in the prison, the Constitution said that you're entitled for a bail if you don't murder, if you don't, well, they have maybe higher.
So what is your bail?
I didn't got no bail. I'm kidnapped.
Or they haven't been, you haven't been given a bail?
I'm legally kidnapped.
That's the word. His opinion that he's legally, according to the Constitution,
I'm no fool. You see, most of the people here, I have Like, not to boast, I have a couple millions and stuff out there. If I get a bail, I won't jump the country. I have things out there. They don't want to offer me a bail, and that's not right. The Constitution clearly said after 90 days, you're entitled for a bail. And the complainant is saying, I'm not adopting her. So what is happening in this country, brother?
If you have a question, I know a lot of you have a lot on your hearts. And I guess my talk stimulated things that are in you that you really want somebody to hear.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I could stay here all day, but it would grieve my spirit to hear some of the complaints, like my sister who spoke. But I told her that if I know the justice, the name of the person that is going to hear her case, I will personally write him on her behalf. Sometimes you can't afford a lawyer, and most of the time the poor are also indigent and cannot afford a lawyer. But we have to be able to reform our system of justice in order that real justice be given to those who cry out in the name of justice. So my brother, I don't know your case, but my brother Nuri is here. If he will come back and listen to you and bring that knowledge to me, then I can respond. But I thank you, all of you, who took time to come here to hear me today and came before that microphone. Now let me close. These guards that are around the wall, they too are prisoners, because they have to come here every day to keep the prison in order. One of the things that I would ask of you is this: these men and women are in authority over us. So the best way to get along is to respect those in authority over us, whether they respect you or not. You would be wise to show respect for authority. But your greatest challenge is to break down the barriers that keep you separated from one another. And if you unite in peace, then your voice is strong to those in authority over you. May Allah bless you. May He guide you. May He protect you. May He grow you in wisdom so that you will make a meaningful contribution when you leave this institution. So if religion is not united, how could politics be united when politics is an offshoot of the religion of the people? So if Christianity is the religion predominantly of Bermuda, then if you look at the top and you see religious warfare, one denomination against the other, then you look at political parties, and the parties argue and fight with each other so that the party becomes predominant over what is in the best interest of the nation. Then the business community is looking to make more and more money. And so it trickles down to us. We are the poor, the disenfranchised, and what we want out of life are the material things that television shows us we should have. So we want bling bling, we want the gold chain, we want the diamond earring, We want designer shoes, designer this, designer that. And the more you become materialistic, the less human we become in our relationships one with the other. So if I look at you not as my flesh and blood brother, but I look at you as having something that I've really wanted, but you got it. So I'll find a way to scheme and take something from you which violates our relationship as human beings. God never created us to live alone. So if he created us from himself, he created us to follow certain principles, laws, if you will, that keep us relating to each other not as enemies, but as brothers and sisters. The Quran says it like this: I created you from a single essence, and I created your mate of the same kind. And from these two we spread many men and women. And in another place it says in the Quran, I created you into tribes and families that you may know one another. So if we were created from a single essence, that single essence is God himself. So how could you be a direct descendant of God and not be a God? I'm going to say it again. How could we be direct descendants of God and not be a God? So the Bible puts it like this: he created the male and the female in his own image and after his likeness. Well, if he is God and he created us in his own image and after his likeness, we just baby gods. But if we allow the supreme God to feed us, we'll grow up to be reflections of him. The Quran puts it differently. The Quran says he made the man his Khalifa. Khalifa means that the male or the man is God's successor. So he made man to rule whatever he created. We have the ability to rule it all. So now here we are locked down in a prison. This prison does not define who you are. Do they give you numbers in prison? Not here. Well, in America, everybody that's in prison has a number. You got a prison number? But that number doesn't define who you are. And even Bermuda, though many of you or most of you were born in Bermuda, this little island, 22 miles long, 5 miles wide at its widest point, cannot define who you are. I can't say from a tiny island, my mother came from St. Kitts, my grandmother from Nevis, my father from Jamaica. How can this tiny island define who I am? That is the soil out of which this flesh, blood, and bone came. But I'm bigger than flesh and blood and bone. I'm not defined by any land mass. And you say, well, if I'm born in China, well, I'm a Chinese. But if you die in America, the earth is not going to say, go on back to China. The earth receives you because the earth is your natural home. Not just Bermuda, but any part of the earth. And that's why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, when we enroll as Muslims, he asks us, what is the square mileage of the earth? How much is the land? How much is the water? Well, if you own something, you ought to know the dimensions of what you own. So he said to us that the earth is 196,940,000 square miles. It has 57,255,000 square miles of land, 139,685,000 miles of water. This is our home, the earth. You should feel at home anywhere you go on the planet that gave you flesh and blood and bone. And that's all the planet could give you is flesh and blood and bone. And at a certain time, this flesh, this blood, this bone returns to the earth. If I die at sea and they bury me at sea, I have not left the planet. This is our home. Now, the question to Bermudians is, if this is your home, and we are the descendants of slaves, and then under colonial power, do the colonial masters want us to become masters of our destiny? Or do the colonial powers wish that we as black people stay in a subservient, dependent position? So if jobs are not available to God, God ain't looking for a job. God has the ability to say kun fayakun, meaning be, and it is. You got that same power to say, I want something. I'll say be in my mind. I'll organize myself and the things around me and accomplish my objective in life. But what has happened to us, we've been given an inferior education. And most of us don't know who we are, so we don't love ourselves. So Jesus said it like this: you gotta love your neighbor as yourself. Well, if I'm from 42nd Street and my brother's from Parkside and my other brother is from St. George's and my other brother is from Somerset, and I don't see him as my brother, I'm defining him by where he lives, not by who he is in relationship to me. 42nd Street didn't give you birth. Parkside didn't give you birth. Somerset and St. George's didn't give you birth. It is your Creator that gave you birth, and 42nd Street didn't breathe into you the spirit that gave you life. That is your Creator that did that. So why would you limit yourself to a little small part of a small island? And so if I'm in Somerset, I can't come to 42nd Street and you can't come to Somerset, and we've made each other enemies. Well, wait just a minute. Who benefits from us fighting one another? Are you the beneficiary? Am I? Is your wife a beneficiary? Some of you have children. Are your children the beneficiaries of the fight that's going on in the streets of Bermuda? No. If you came here on a drug-related crime, all right, let's look at it, brothers. Why do we need drugs? I'm high right now, but I didn't smoke nothing. Now, they call God the Most High God. Well, he's not the Most High because he injected more heroin or smoked more marijuana or used more crack. He's the Most High because he's elevated in knowledge, wisdom, and power. I don't need drugs to be high. I'm high because I'm feeding from the wisdom of the Most High. And I'm a free black man. I come and I go and I speak what's on my heart, and I'm unafraid of the powers that rule. If they're wrong, I tell them they're wrong. And if I think they're right, I tell them they're right. No messenger or prophet of God or those who follow them are afraid to tell the truth or speak truth to power. So, brothers, we got to come out of here. You know, Nicodemus met Jesus one day, and Jesus said, you cannot see the kingdom unless you are born again. So the question is asked, how can a man enter back into his mother's womb for the second time? Well, when we come from our mothers and evolve and mature, we can never go back into that womb again. That's over. Prison is like a womb. See, a womb is a place that encloses the life, and it feeds while it's in the womb. It grows, it expands until the womb can't hold it anymore. Malcolm X was my first teacher in Islam. Malcolm only went to the 8th grade of school. He learned pimping, he hustled drugs, he hustled women, and he robbed. And unfortunately, or fortunately, he got caught, and he did 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days in prison. Excuse me, do you know Dougie Fresh? Have you heard of Dougie Fresh, the great rap artist? Well, he came to be with me as we talked to the brothers and trying to bring some peace in the streets. And he has to get back because he has a prior engagement, and his flight leaves at 4. So he's going to leave us, but I'm going to give way and let Brother Dougie say a word, and then I'll complete my point. I hope at my age I don't forget my point. Y'all help me if I forget, okay? Dougie Fresh.
Much love to all my brothers in here. I want to say, first of all, it's good to see all of y'all here. And I mean that from my heart. It's good to see y'all, and I see it's a lot of y'all in here that's still holding it down. You're looking strong, and you're keeping your mind right. And all my brothers over here, too. Big respect to all of y'all over here. I want to say I came here because Minister Farrakhan was coming here to talk to all of y'all and everybody in the whole Bermuda Island about this murder business that's been going on and a lot of the disrespect that's happening from one side to the next. You know, I've been in the hip-hop game for a long time. I know a lot of y'all know about the classic hip-hop artists, the ones that's out right now. Minister Farrakhan played a major part in helping us stop the violence between the East and the West Coast, Midwest, Dirty South. He played a major part in it. And I wish I could stay here to listen to everything that he's about to say to you, because, you know, I just love to participate when I see him come here and he shows that love and he comes and he speaks from the heart. A lot of people don't speak from the heart no more. A lot of people ain't real no more. A lot of people say what you want to hear. They're not saying what's real. So I appreciate coming here and listening to him all the time. And the learning I get from him is a constant thing. And when I sit here and I'm watching all of y'all in here now, I know that what he's about to say is going to make a major difference in your life. And I hope you know that me being here, there's nothing attached to it except love. That's it. There's no gain in it. I'm not trying to, you know, promote my record here. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to show love and show respect because y'all are my brothers, even though I'm over there in the U.S. doing what I got to do. when I come here and when I see y'all, just like the minister said, there's no territory that can define who we are with each other, because the world is ours. So while you here and while you sitting down or you standing around, I hope that you get you put all your defenses down and you listen with your ears and your heart and listen to the honesty and the pureness of the message, because that's the same message that helped us in the hip-hop community, and that's the same message that helped us in the streets of all of the U.S. So I just want to say one last thing before I go, is that when we got together and we all sat down and we talked, and it was this thing with Biggie Smalls and Tupac, and it was all of these different things that happened, both of those brothers are no longer here, but their spirit lives on. Now, it didn't have to happen like that, because you know what? Sometimes things do have to happen in order for us to pay attention. But I wish it didn't have to happen like that, because now here we are standing here and their spirit lives on and their name still rings in our hearts and our mind. But at the same time, we don't have to do that no more, because we already did it. So right here, while y'all here, I hope that y'all follow this brother, follow my teacher, Minister Farrakhan, and y'all listen to him. Because, yo, man, I'm here because I love y'all, I respect y'all, and I hope that when you get out here, you change the world. Because I'm out there changing the world, and we got to do it together. So much love and much respect to all of y'all, all right? I wish I didn't have to catch the flight, but I got to go because I told them that I was going to be there, and I'm a man of my word. So y'all take care. Much love and much respect to all of y'all, all right?
Thank you, Doug. Thank you.
Always, man.
Be safe.
Always, my brother.
See you on the other side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think I was talking about Brother Malcolm. He went to the 8th grade of school. When he was in prison, he heard the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and it woke him up. And he went to the library, and he read everything in the library, starting with the dictionary. When I met Brother Malcolm, he was a master of words. And even though he had an 8th grade education, I was with him when he debated at Harvard and Yale people that had law degrees, but they couldn't handle Brother Malcolm because he was taught to think outside of the box. We have to realize, brothers, that those who educated us never intended to educate us to free us from their grip. That has to come from outside of the system. My teacher said, if a man won't treat you right, what would make you think that he would teach you right? So when you look at us, we're the product of what we were taught. Now, you don't bring any drugs into the island. I don't think you own the ships. I don't think you manufacture the guns. But they're here. Who brought them here, and for what purpose? We as blacks are 70% of the population of Bermuda. I ask the question, who benefits from our division? If we're not benefiting, who is? As you look all over the world, and I want you to pay attention to this, the birth rate of white people in Europe has gone down. The birth rate of the immigrants in Europe from the former colonial powers is increasing. And they're saying by the middle of this century, Europe will no longer be majority white. In America, the birth rate of whites is down. The birth rate of black and Hispanic is up. They say by the middle of the century, black and brown in America will be the majority. Now, if you were a racist white person, and you realized that only in a matter of time you were going to be extinct. And now that black and white are getting together and having babies, every baby born by a black and white marriage is no longer white. So every time that happens, white people become less, people of color become more. So for survival's sake, people start thinking, demographers start getting behind doors saying, look, if we let this go on in the next 25, 30 years in Bermuda, the blacks are going to be 90% of the population instead of 70%. So if we can bring in the drugs, kill them with AIDS, and have them fighting and killing each other, we got a chance to keep ruling Bermuda and ruling them. I'm not saying that this is the thinking of all those that are in power, but the Bible says it like this: we war not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and the rulers of the darkness of this world and spiritual wickedness that's up in high places. Satan is plotting for our death. I'm going to put it real straight. And if they're bringing into the island Glock 9s, AK-47s, I understand that they're coming now, and we are filled with hatred and vengeance for one another, and we start using heavy weaponry against each other, the governor, who is over the police and the army, has to send those forces in against our young people. They're not coming to make peace. When they come to kill. Right now in the city of Chicago, the police commissioner sat down at my table, and he wanted us to work with the police to bring about better police-community relations. And I said to him, certainly we want better police-community relations. I said, but that's one track. I said, there's another track that I want to ask you about, Mr. Superintendent, because I read in the paper that you have ordered 17,000 automatic weapons for your police with armor-piercing bullets. I said, you don't order that kind of weaponry unless you're preparing for war. They have armored personnel carriers, and they've already hit several neighborhoods in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, Washington, D.C. Well, now what you're looking at in Bermuda, since they've opened up cable TV, you all look at the gang problem there with the Bloods and the Crips. You look at the guns, the drugs, and now there's no job opportunities for you except to get involved in drugs. When once you get involved with drugs, then the next thing is a gang, then it becomes territory. I gotta protect my territory because this is where I make my money. So now we're here. Brothers, drugs is not the answer, neither is killing one another. This is your womb now. Don't serve time, let time serve you. Start preparing your mind for coming out of here, and as nobody can return to the womb that bore us, once we leave here, we should never, ever return. Now, don't you think for one moment that there's not hope that every one of you can grow into God. Malcolm is a perfect example of a man that could come out of prison and become a world leader. You're here now, and among you are giants that can come out of here and change Bermuda. My hope, my prayer is that you will use your time here to prepare yourself. I talked today with the sister who's the Attorney General, and I said to her, you know, when the brothers come out of here, they still keep paying for the crime. They don't give them a job. You know how it is. I don't have to tell you. Well, laws have to be made now to protect you so that when you come out, there's a second chance. When I talked to the brothers in St. George's, they said, if somebody takes my gold chain and I whoop them, the police arrest me. Here's a man took my chain. I whipped him, got my chain back, but now I'm in jail. What did I do? He said, if somebody breaks into my home and wants to take my TV, violating my home, and I beat him down, it's I who end up in jail. Is that real? That's real. Something wrong with that picture. And only those that we have selected or elected can change that reality. Because if you rob the jewelry store on Front Street and somebody reached under the counter and got a Glock 9 and killed you, what would they call that? Self-defense. So, brothers, there's so much that can be done to make Bermuda better for everybody, and you that are suffering now in prison are the best ones to help make that change. I want to thank the Commissioner Lamb and his staff and all of the brothers and sisters that are also in jail too, guarding you. Now this is going to be your place, whether it's for 6 months, a year. You can make heaven out of hell right here. Now there are brothers from 42nd Street here. There are brothers from Parkside here. There are brothers from Somerset and St. George's here. And you all, as you interact with each other, you find that you can relate. Question, when you get out, do you go back to the same old thing, or do you help the brothers at 42nd and Parkside and other places to find the bond that you have found in prison? I have a son that was a victim of crack cocaine, and I sent him to a rehab place, and in that rehab place there were Jews, there were Christians, there were Muslims, there were men and women, and the one thing that they had in common was their fight against that drug. And I found more brotherly love among them than in the church or the mosque or the synagogue. Your life is bigger than where you are. And if getting out of here is bigger than staying in here, and if you can raise your sights to understand that you are bigger than the crime that you have been alleged to commit or have been charged or found guilty of committing, then brothers, that cause can bring you all together inside and start the journey of bringing 70,000 black people together on the outside. That's your mission. This is your home, Bermuda. This is where you live. This is where you've grown up. This is where your children are. You have a responsibility to make Bermuda better. May God bless you to make Bermuda better so that you won't be victims of the hidden hand that is manipulating these artificial divisions that cause us to harm and hurt one another. I thank you, Commissioner Lamb, all of your staff, and I thank you, my dear brothers here and my brothers who are awaiting trial here. May God bless you to be victorious in your court date. But if you have to come here, know that it's only a short time. Use it wisely so that when you get out, you can join these brothers and make Bermuda a true paradise for all of those who live on this most beautiful island. I'm going to go and meet with the brothers who are in maximum security. I refuse to talk to you from behind a fence. I want to come in and meet you. That's why I asked you to come close, because it's time for us to get closer to one another. I am your brother. You are my brother. I don't care whether I'm living in New York or Chicago, you're living here. We got brothers and sisters all over the planet, and we just have to stop hurting each other. I close with this. Jesus said, love your neighbor as yourself. You can't love yourself if you don't know yourself. Who are you? What is your purpose in life? Do you know why you're black? Is it because you're cursed by being the children of Ham? Or are you black because you're the original life in the universe? Now, the scholars admit that life didn't start in Europe. The scholars say it started in Africa. Civilization didn't start in Europe. It started where? In Africa. So if you are descendants of the originator of this that you see, then what's sitting up inside of you is the ability to make a new world. You got to recognize who you are. You know what we say in America, I guess you've heard it on television here, a real friend, they call him my dog. And you hear each other say, yo, dog, what's up, dog? But dog is God spelled backwards. And when you think of yourself as a dog, it is that society has turned you backward from being what God created you to be. David the psalmist says, ye are all God's children of the Most High God. So when I see you, I know who I'm looking at. I'm not looking at a prisoner. I'm looking at a God that has the potential to reflect the Creator in all His magnificence. So when I see you, you notice I will bow to you, because I don't see you as a convict. I see you as a God. So I bow to you. I don't have to wait to die to see God. How I know God will be pleased with me is how I treat another human being. So come on, brothers, take this space and make it heaven for yourself. The Bible says, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It's really better than sex. Sex is fleeting. You get happy for a moment. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but then it's all over. And most are very quick, and it's over quick. But brotherly love, if I love you as my brother, and I'm not talking sexually now, I'm talking about your gift complementing mine and mine complementing yours, and we sitting down as brothers plotting the future of Bermuda. So the scripture says, where there are two or three of you gathered together in my name, there I am also in the midst of you. What a wonderful chance we have to turn the hell of prison into a heavenly existence of brotherly love and peace among ourselves, and then take that peace from here into the streets. And if I live long enough to come back to Bermuda, I hope I will see that we have stopped shedding each other's blood and beating each other down, but lifting each other up. May I introduce those who are with me to you? This is my son, Mustafa. He's over all the men in the Nation of Islam. Next to him is Brother Anthony. He's a captain in the ranks, but he's also a 10th degree Dan. Is that what they call it? Huh? He's a Grand Master, and he looks small, but he's tough. This is my son, Joshua. He's head of my personal security. This is Brother Sultan. Step out front, brothers. This is Brother Darrell. And this is Brother Donald. Brother Rashad, head of that security detail. And this is one of our captains from Washington, D.C., Brother Aaron. We came to Bermuda, listen to this. I asked nobody for any money. We spent our own money. I paid for everybody that's on our team except these that came from Washington. They paid their own way because we love the brotherhood. And the scripture says you can tell that we have passed from death into life because we love the brotherhood. Because I really want you to know that you are more than who you think you are. And the greatest knowledge that could come to any people is the knowledge of self and the knowledge of God. These two knowledges are really one. The more you know God, the more you know yourself. The more you know yourself, the more you know God. Well, how could that be? That if I know myself, I will know God. And if I know God, I will know myself. Well, if the scripture says that you and I, we, man, is created in the image and the likeness of God. Let's stop right there, brothers. Let's stop. And I want all of you to think about this. Each one of you is created in the image and the likeness of God. That means then that if you are the image of God, then when I see you, who am I looking at? Oh man, you're a little timid when you said that. I don't want you to be timid when you say that. When I look at you,
If you are the image and the likeness of God, then when I look at you, I am looking at God. Now, if I made an image of you as a sculptor in bronze, well, I can touch the bronze, but I won't have a conversation with the bronze, because then people would think I'm a nut. You know what I mean? Because it's your image, it's your likeness, but it's not you. But the difference between you and an image carved in stone or in bronze or a picture on the wall is that when I talk to you, you can talk back. So God is real in his creation. So now, brothers, if you are created in the image and the likeness of God, and when I see you, I see God, then I don't need to meet God, the supreme, and then wait to see him to get myself together. When I see you, I should get myself together because I'm looking at God. And any man that takes you to be a fool and thinks they can play games with you, you see all through them. And when you come up in the street, you know game. You've been up the rough side of the mountain. You know what hell is, because you've been there. You're the image of God, but you have acted other than who you should be. Now, look, brothers, I want to take the next few minutes to talk to you about who you are and what you should expect from yourself. The Holy Quran, which is the book of scripture of the Muslims, calls man in the Arabic word Khalifa. Khalifa means the successor of God. Now, I never knew that God had a successor. But to succeed somebody means you stand in their place when they are absent. You are actually made to stand in the place of God on earth. That all the affairs of the earth are done through man. He allows you dominion, power, rule over what he created. So in a sense, you are a little God that should reflect the one true God. David the psalmist said, ye are all gods, children of the most high God. Now they call it a duality. In nature, you find wherever you have a positive, you'll have a negative. Wherever you find a force that is centrifugal, you'll find another force that is centripetal. Wherever you find a yin, you'll find a yang. It's just the way that nature has been created by God. Well, now, you know, if God is the creator of everything, where did the devil come from? See, theologians don't want to say that God created devil too. So if God created devil, then everything that God creates has a purpose. And that purpose fits in the divine scheme. Now, I want to show you a devil that has a purpose that you got to get control of. Now, remember I said wherever there's a yin, there's a yang. Wherever there's a positive, there's a negative. Wherever there's a force going clockwise, there's another force going counterclockwise. That's the nature of things. So where did Satan come from? See, it's right here. Look, whenever you get a good thought, there's another one that comes right behind it. Boom. When something in you says, I'm going to do this good thing, something said, don't do that. Here you see a man's wife. You know that that's the man's wife. She's pretty. So, I shouldn't do that. But she sure is pretty. So there's the yin and the yang. The question is, who will you listen to? See, in the Quran, it says it like this. I seek refuge in the Lord of men, the King of men, the God of men, from the evil whispering of the slinking devil who whispers into the hearts of men from among the jinn and the men. Now, I'd like to explain, some of this. It's wonderful. Knowledge is a wonderful, wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing. Because when you know more about what you are, how you're constructed by God, then you can get control of self. You can't control the universe without until you can control the universe within. You are the microcosm. The universe is the macrocosm. And believe me, God, when he created us in his image, the whole universe is a reflection of what's in yourself. You didn't hear me, though. See, the key is not to look out. The key is to look in. And when you look within and gain mastery over what is within, then you got the key to gain mastery to whatever's around you. And the only reason you are here is because you didn't gain mastery of forces within, and you didn't gain mastery of self to create an environment that you could function in better. You let the environment master you rather than you master the environment. See, now, in a place like this, you are not looked at as one made in the image and likeness of God. See, you're looked at as an animal. And you don't look at yourself as one made in the image and likeness of God. You look down on yourself, therefore you look down on your fellow inmates. When I'm looking at you, I'm looking at God. So I don't care. When I come in, you won't find me disrespecting you. I don't feel myself bigger or better than you. I don't care if the whole world came and bowed. That wouldn't make me come in here and think that I'm better than the least one of you, because the least one of you in here can teach me something. And the least one of you in here is greater than I am in some respect. So when I see you and I know I'm looking at God, then I handle you like I would be if I were in the presence of God. Now suppose we just created that kind of environment in here. You could turn these walls into an oasis. The gods see you as children of God or gods, and you see them as reflections of God, and you all try to be that. Then heck, there's no tension between you and the gods, and there's no tension between you and one another. You create peace in here, and everybody want to get in to enjoy some of the peace and the brotherhood that you've created within the walls. But if you let this wall be an environment that's oppressive to you, see, then you allow this to dominate you. But the mind, man, see, this can never be enslaved if you don't allow it. Now listen. Now let's go back and get this yin and yang. I used to look at my children, and And I had to first look at myself, because when I did something that I shouldn't have done, my mother was so smart. You know, and she'd ask me a question, and naturally, I'm going to lie, because I don't want this whipping, you know. And I wondered, you know, nobody sat and taught me to lie. And nobody teaches you how to lie. You just do it. And the devil is a liar, right? That's what they say. Well, if nobody taught you how to lie, where did the lie come from? And what's the root of the lie? I look at my children now. I've grown up. I see my children. Did you do that? No, Daddy, I didn't do that. And I saw the boy do it. How are you going to tell me you didn't do it? Well, why did he tell me? Because the nature of the life is to secure itself. And whatever it takes to be safe and secure, nature will allow you to do it. So if your dad is about to come down on your backside with the strap, you say, no, Dad, I didn't do it. You'll even blame it on your brother. You lied to protect your behind. You lied to protect what you feel is your security, not knowing that every lie is the undoing of yourself. Let me show you what I mean. In the brain, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has taught me that as the planets are created at right angles to each other, likewise, the brain cell is created to think rightly. Thinking rightly means you think in accord with truth. The moment you start thinking against truth, you start damaging the power of the mind. He said that just like this wood here has a grain, when you plane the wood, you don't plane against the grain, you plane with the grain. Otherwise, when you go against the grain, you destroy the beauty of it. Well, the beauty of the human mind is that the human mind is created by God to function on the basis of law and truth. And when you go contrary to truth, you start going against the nature of the brain cell, and you start interfering with the power of your own mind. I hope I'm not boring you with this kind of talk. I really want you to think with me. Because see, radio, television, is a mechanical means of doing what the mind is able to do without any mechanical thing. You didn't hear me? I'm going to prove this point. See, you are wasted when you don't develop and cultivate your minds. You are a reflection of God. I'm keep coming back to that theme. Look, man, how many times have you had a dream? You know you didn't go the place that you dreamt about. You just dreamed it. And one day you happen to, oh man, I think I've been here before. How many of you have had that experience? Just raise your hand. You have? Then I'm not by myself. Here's another experience. How many of you have had an experience where you have heard voices and seen images of places you've never been and then go there? Now, what does that tell you about your mind? See, the radio and the television is a mechanical, electrical device, but this is electricity. And the water that is that the brain is made of and the electrical currents that run in the brain, you literally can bring up vision. And you can hear, not just with the spoken, you can hear thoughts when you tune into the frequency of somebody else's thinking. This is why they do it physically. They tune in on you. They call it eavesdropping. Or they call it, what do they call that thing when they bug you? Wiretapping. You think you're talking on a secure line and somebody's listening to you. Well, somebody's listening to you always. It's just that on the level that we are operating on, we do it now with a physical means. But when you get more righteous, you will do it telepathically. You ain't got to do a lot of talking. I just give you a message. And you say, well, man, this cat is kind of way out. No, you way down. You so far down till this may sound strange to you, but these are the powers that God gives to the human being. Look at your scripture. Jesus talking to the people, and it says, and Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, boom, 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 boom. A man standing here looking at you and reading you. Reading you. And you do that too. When you live by your wits, especially in the streets, you look at people, you size them up. You know what I mean? Like some of you were looking at Farrakhan. You fitting me out with whatever your thoughts are, you know, but I'm your brother. And I love you, brothers. And I'm really hurt to see you in here because you don't deserve to be here. You're not a criminal. They call you a thief. They call you a bank robber. They call you a gangbanger. They call you a dope seller. They call you a pimp. They call you all of these names, but who you are is what God created you to be, but you have not been permitted the opportunity to be yourself. Now look at this. Now here's the devil. Start here. In my own mind, I know what is right, but I do what is wrong. See, and none of you in here can say, I didn't know.
Come on.
I didn't know stealing was wrong. I didn't know hitting that man in the head was wrong. I didn't know. Sure you knew. But you chose of your own free will and volition to do what you did. Now, before you do it, you get a warning. See this thing here? You don't do evil, you know what I mean, and the heart don't reflect something, you know what I mean? You get a little, it's just a little signal. Hey, buddy, you shouldn't. You know you're wrong, you know. You're gonna rob a bank. You don't go in the bank, you act cool, but you ain't cool. Something telling you, man, you better watch this. See? Now, that's listening to a whisper. See? You want the good things of life. You deserve the good things of life. But you don't have to steal to get the good things of life. All these brothers around me, look how nice they look. Ain't one of them stealing nothing. We ain't pimping. We not hustling. We just work hard in the name of God. You know, when you were a baby, nobody teach you how to get on the breast and take milk from your mother. That's not a taught thing. You come here knowing. Put you on the breast, you keep pulling till your pulling is rewarded. Now you got some milk. Well, if you look at the universe is the mammary gland of God. If you know how to pull on it, the universe can't hold back its treasures from you, because all the universe was created to serve you. You don't have to steal from no man.
Right.
But if you know how to pull on the universe, she'll give you her treasures, because that's what it's here for, to serve you. But every time you get that good thought, and then that negative one comes in, that is the beginning of the making of Satan, a devil. Now look at it. What is devil? It's deceptive intelligence, rationalizing disobedience to the will of God. And every time you did wrong, you had to rationalize it. Yeah, you know what I mean? This cat cut the dope, see? He was wrong for that. And you notice, even in your evil, you have codes based on right and wrong. Check it out. When you, excuse me for using such an expression, but if me and you are partners and we're selling drugs, and we both doing wrong now, but in that wrong, there's a code that's right, the way we're supposed to deal. Come on, come on. And when you violate the code, even though we both wrong now, when you violate the code among the wrongdoers, you get punished. Other brother smoke you or you do something, you know what I mean, because you broke the code. I saw a movie the other day about, I think it was Joe Pesci, and there was a made man from the mafia. And when you made, you know, you cannot hurt this man unless you go through the top people and you put your case before them and they say, yeah, he's wrong, ice him. But if you ice him without recognition of the boys at the top, then you've iced yourself. See, wrongdoers, but there's a code among the wrong. Well, now, and there's consequences for going wrong. Well, what do you think about God? If we in our foolishness know how to make a code and then punish according to the violation of the code, even when we are wrong, then what do you think God has set up in nature when you violate what is right? See, when you start rationalizing wrong, and look at this deceptive intelligence. See, now, see, I'm gonna rob this white man over here. He got a lot of money, you know what I mean? And you know how white folks got their money, you know what I'm saying? They've been robbing us all these years, you know what I'm saying? Wait. Now you about to rationalize what you're gonna do, see? But you gotta play with your mind to get your mind in the state to give your body the go-ahead signal. So now you're ready to rob some white person. Hit him in the head, you know what I mean? Because he done did this, you know what I mean? So now that you fixed your head now, you're ready to go. Poor man, you knock him down, you may shoot him if he holding on, because most white folk don't carry a lot of money in their wallets. That's in stocks and bonds and stuff. So you're doing time for nothing. And you do big time, too. You do big time. Because you did it, you had your knife, you had your weapon, your little gun, you know what I mean? Probably the thing is one of the rejects. So you fire over here and shoot somebody over there, you know what I mean? Brothers, we just been messed up and messed over, and now you got to come out of madness. See, the moment you rationalize disobedience to God, there's a consequence. See, and the consequence is like, you know, when you're in an airplane, if you ever travel in an airplane and they show a movie, they tell you, put the shade down so you can see the movie better.
because you got to have darkness to see the movie. But with you, you need light to see by. So the moment you start doing wrong and rationalizing wrong, it's like pulling a shade down over the brilliance of your mind. So your mind is being used for negative things, so you're killing the power of your God self. So you become the opposite of God. You become a human dog.
That's right.
See, a human that lives on the level of an animal. That's why the men, the police, you watch them. See, they gotta carry sticks. They gotta carry guns. Now it's not these little guns anymore. You know, like when you hunting lions, you can't go out there with no 38. You gotta have big stuff, elephant guns. Well, now today it's like you've become such a monster till the weapons that the police have to carry now says something about the society as a whole. The society has gone to hell, man. Now, this is a different subject than the one I taught the sisters, but it's similar but yet different because I'm talking to men. But look, brothers, you know, if you look at government, and government say they're with the police. I heard Bill Clinton, you know, he comes and he stands with the members of the FOP and he says, you know, we're with the police. We're going to give you more cops and put more cops on the street. And Congress has given you so much money, you know, to put more cops on the street. And that sounds good to the law-abiding citizen. It's supposed to put some fear in the criminal mind. But the same government makes it easy for factories to close in the inner cities. Factories move out of the inner cities to the suburbs or out of America into third world markets. In 1983, I read a report that said that investors should not invest anymore in the inner cities because the inner city is a social tinderbox. Now, what does that mean? Excuse me. That means if the city is a social tinderbox, it's bad for business if you start rioting. So if there's a potential for riots, it kills business. Therefore, take the factories out of the inner cities, move them to the suburbs where riots are not likely to happen, or move them out of the country into third world markets. Now, what is the result of that? Look at you, brothers. How much education did you have? Today, in this global economy, you have to have a certain type of education to fit into a service-oriented economy. You don't have that. You're not being trained, not even to create a job for yourself or to fit into the job market as it is. So when the factories move out, that leaves you without a job. And in the inner cities, you got the black, the brown, and the poor white. They ain't got no jobs. Now when the president and the Congress cuts welfare and entitlements and food stamps and all the stuff that poor people have been used to, now what do? See, the law of survival. That's right. The nature of the human being is the survival of the fittest. And that's what the inner cities have become now, survival zones where human beings have been made into animals because of the need for economic subsistence to take care of themselves and their family. Now look at this. Now you're without a job, okay. You got a sex drive, which is normal, and you've cohabited with a young lady. You got children now.
The woman's saying, hey, man, what's happening? The baby needs diapers. The baby needs this. I'm not breastfeeding it. The baby needs Similac. I don't want to hear that. I ain't got no money. I ain't got no job. My baby got to eat. Somebody said, well, look here, man, sell this. You got more dope salesmen in the black community than you have IBM, Avon, all these other salespersons. The dope sellers outstrip them all because that is made lucrative to you because you can turn that money and get some of the nice things in life that you could never get at Wendy's or McDonald's at a $5.50 an hour wage. How in the heck can you live on that kind of a wage? You can't. You can only barely survive. Huh? Now look at you. You're being programmed and you can't see it. Now you're selling the drug. You think they don't know?
Come on, talk about that.
You're dealing crack. Now the sentencing for crack is heavy. Sentencing for powder cocaine, light. Well, why? The white boy can use the powder cocaine if he got a little bit more money, but you poor and want to be high. Why do you want to be high in the first place? Because you so low, you want to get high. I can understand that. You're in pain, brothers. It's a hell of a thing to live like you live in a world like this. You're in constant pain. You wake up in the morning, you see your black face. You go out in the world sees you like you are presenting yourself, an animal. They drive through the black and Hispanic community. Look at them, look at them, look at them. You are like in a zoo. And you're the animals that are presenting entertainment for civilized people to look at these animals and the way they live. But you don't live this way because you are born to live this way. You live this way because society has failed you.
Come on.
And listen, I got to present this case before the government of the United States because this is the richest nation on earth and she has failed the little people.
Yes, sir.
How do you say she's failed us?
Come on.
As I said earlier, you are not an animal. You demand and you need knowledge in order to be what God created you to be. You cannot be a human being without knowledge. Without knowledge, you can only be an animal, surviving by your instincts. Anytime they deprive you of knowledge, they've deprived you of a human right. College shouldn't be just for the little boy that got money, a privileged class. College should be for every human being, that you take the human being as far as knowledge will get them. You know why? Because in you is everything it takes to build and maintain a world. Look at all these fine buildings in downtown Boston. When I lived here, you didn't have skyscrapers, but you didn't have the level of crime that you got either. I was a very highly educated young man. When I grew up in Boston, you come out of these schools and some of you don't know how to read. How in the world could you get out of school not knowing how to read? White, Hispanic, and black, dumb as hell. But then they say you're a citizen. Then they call you into the army to do what? To kill somebody. And then when they got nobody else for you to kill, they turn you back on the street to kill yourself and your brother. A destroyed people that only God can bring us back to who we really are. The black, the brown, the white. Look at you. Look at how the hatred exists between us. as human beings. Who are you? You say, well, I'm Irish. Well, what made you Irish? Well, my father came from a land up in Europe called Ireland. Oh, I see, I see. And who are you? Well, I'm Scottish. And what made you a Scotsman? Oh, well, my fathers came from Scotland. And who are you? Oh, I'm Italian. And what makes you Italian? Somebody named a piece of earth over there that looks like a boot. That's Italy. Oh, I'm an Italian. And who are you? Well, I'm Polish. Who are you? I'm Greek. And who are you? Well, I'm an African. You know? Who are you? And we just name all these little pieces of earth, and it makes us all feel we're different. Boy, look at this. Just look at you. Look now. If you're an Irishman and you die in the Sudan, that's Africa. Say, well, I'm Irish. I'm dead in the Sudan. Do you think the earth in the Sudan is not going to accept your Irish carcass? Hell no. The earth will accept you because you're from the earth. But you've divided, people have divided the earth up. Now we speak all these different languages. It's like the Tower of Babel. One speaks Spanish, another speaks French, another speaks German, this one Chinese. But when we came on the planet, we spoke one universal language. Every baby cries. They don't cry in Spanish. They don't cry in Swahili. They don't cry in Hebrew. They cry. And every mother who knows what that cry means can understand the need of every human child. And guess what? You don't die in Spanish or in Swahili or in Greek. You make the same universal sound going out as you made a universal sound coming in. And now you're so divided and filled with hatred. So I'm going to identify you by your color now, see? Hey, there's a black brother. There's a brown brother. There's a white brother. Oh, well, you know who I am? I'm white. Well, how in the hell does that describe you? I'm white. What is that? Well, I'm white. Okay, I'm black. Well, I'm something in between. People get confused, you know, like Tiger Woods. But Tiger's not confused. Tiger understands that his color is dark, but his eyes are slanted because his mother is Asian, his father is black and Indian, and he got Caucasian. So they call him Capital Nation something. Now, some of our black brothers and sisters got upset because we said, oh man, a black man won the Masters. He's baddest that ever did it. Whoa! And vicariously, we all of a sudden become something now. And then he blew our bubble and said, wait a minute, I ain't black. I'm black and I'm this and I'm that and I'm the other. And in reality, if we're going to live on this planet, look at you. You act silly. Have you seen a black bird? You seen a blue bird, a red bird, white bird? They're birds. You don't see one of them say, you know what, I'm a white bird. I'm black bird. Birds don't act like you. Animals don't act like you. The earth is black, brown, red, yellow, white. Rocks are the same with all these colors. The planets show up different colors. I ain't never heard no planet say, you know who I am? I'm the baddest planet because I'm the blue planet. This planet shows up blue. Mars shows up red. So you got the whole spectrum of color in the universe, and you got the whole spectrum of color among the human family. And for us to let color define us, or some little piece of earth define us, or some language define us, then you're limiting yourself and your humanity to this little piece of something. You are bigger than that. And he created man in his own image and after his own likeness. That's who you are. You God. Just a little God. You say, well, hey man, I'm a child of God. Well, yeah, child, but when does a child grow up? For a child of God, you grow up to be like God. You grow up to reflect God, and you can't grow like that without knowledge. You can't grow like that without love. You can't grow like that without respect of your humanity. You can't grow. And your growth has been stunted by the environment. And we bow to the environment. And we think like the environment taught us, you nothing when you black.
Yes, sir.
And if you a little lighter, like myself or Minister Don or this brother here or the brother back there, well, you know, he's better looking. Why is he better looking? Because he's lighter. Who said that? Some sick person devised some standard of beauty that it has something to do with hair, you know? So if a person got straight hair, all of a sudden hair has moral quality to it. It's good hair. And if your hair is kinky, oh, that's bad hair. Oh, wait a minute, let's stop this foolishness. Hair is hair. My brother don't have none, he's cool. It's not what's on your head. It's what's in your head. It's not what kind of clothes you got on. It's what's in here. So now, brothers, you got to take advantage of your time here. Don't serve time. Let time serve you. Now, you're a human being, so you need knowledge. Whatever program they offer you in here to get knowledge, eat it up. Because that's what separates the beast from the human. It's knowledge. Your problem is not that you're black. That's not a problem. You know what the problem is? The book says, my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. And if people want to abuse you, they keep you without knowledge. Now check this out. They sent a little contraption to Mars. Cost them billions of dollars. And this little car is going around on Mars, and they're down here on Earth watching this thing 48 million miles away from the sun. They can see what's going on Mars. And they can't see the dope shipment coming in. They got satellites 20-some thousand miles above our head that can zero in on an automobile and tell you the license plate. But they can't see who's moving the guns in the inner cities. That's crap. They're building these prisons today. It's the biggest business in America today. You know, prisons are on the stock exchange now. And the rich boys are buying stock in prisons. And let me tell you something. When you buy stock in a business, it's because you expect a return on your investment. They're betting in the stock market that the jails they fill, that they build, are going to be filled with customers. And guess who the customer is? It's the black and the brown. They planned for you to be in here. Don't tell me that there's not a conspiracy. I know better.
Yes, sir.
I've asked the government, give me my day in court. Let me come before Congress. You call me anti-Semitic, anti-white, anti-Catholic, anti-gay? That's a lie.
Yes, sir.
I hate nobody because of their color or their faith. I hate the conditions that you and I, American people, are being deprived of human rights and then punished after you've been tricked. Look, no, listen, just listen. So you're dealing with crack. You don't have a job, no education. You're a wasted human being. Ain't got no use for you. We brought you here to pick cotton. We got a cotton gin. We don't have any job for you. So you become now a useless piece of humanity. Well, we could get you in the army, you know. You can be all that you can never be in the society. Just join the armed forces. So you join the armed forces not because you're patriotic. You want a job and you don't want to sell drugs or do crime. So they got you over there in Iran and Iraq, fighting in the desert. Now you're sick with some desert disease, and the government that sent you don't want to acknowledge that they owe you a debt. They send you to Vietnam on a trick, on a lie of the President of the United States. But yet we lost over 55,000 lives in a 9-year period, over 250,000 casualties, and human beings came back broken to be hated by the people for the war in Vietnam that they lost. All because of a lie and the greed of corporate America to trick the American poor to fight not for democracy, not for freedom, but to fight for the rich, to keep rich, and the poor to keep suffering. So they build prisons for you now. That's the biggest growth industry in America. And where are the prisons? They're in suburbs, where you're not going to get the job as no God. These are white people from middle-class America will be the gods. And they look at you as animals. They're waiting for you. See? They're waiting for you. Now they tie prison to business. 3 strikes, you're in for life. So they got a slave for 20, 30, 40 years, you working for an industry for 18 cents an hour or 18 cents a day. No, we got to break out of this. Is this the future that you want? You don't want that. Let's show America we are more than what you are building prisons for. I was on death row in a prison in Chicago. And there was bars, and when I got to the bars, I said, I want to go in. They said, no, Farrakhan, you can't go in there. They said, you can talk to those men from behind these bars. I said, no, sir, I want to go in. This was a big, stocky brother. He looked like he could bend steel with his pinky finger. He was frightened that the brothers on death row would do harm to me. I said, brother, let me go in. When they said, all right, you go in at your own risk. I said, fine. They let me in. They pressed the button, and the cages opened. And these men filed out like they were animals. I said, brothers, there were about 14 black, about 4 Hispanic, and 2 white. And I said, all of you get a chair and let's sit in a circle. And the brother who was the guard, he went and sat in a corner and watched me. See, I know something about this mind. It takes 8 minutes and 20 seconds for the blood to circulate from the heel to the head and back to the heel. It takes the same amount of time, 8 minutes and 20 seconds or 500 seconds for the light
to leave the sun 93 million miles away and strike the earth at the speed of 186,000 miles per second. Now, I know that if I put the right thought in your head, within 8 minutes and 20 seconds, the energy from that right thought will go all the way through your body. And you feel a change just like you feel right now. Now, after I started talking to those brothers on death row, in about 10 minutes, I called the guard. I said, come. I said, look in their faces. I said, do you see animals or do you see human beings? You are not animals. You're human beings. And some of you in these places are the best of the people. That's why you're here. Sometimes you outthink people. Your minds have never been challenged. So you were the hellraiser in school. Wasn't that you were the hellraiser? The teacher didn't know how to get your mind. So, Johnny, stand in the corner. Put the dunce cap on Johnny. He's a troublemaker. That's who he is. And if you look at your IQ, and you look at the IQ of most of the people that you came up with, see, the most intelligent of the people in your class are either dead, on drugs, or in prison. And the mediocre ones are out there running society. I know we can do better than this, brothers. When I called him, I said, come look at him. I said, do you see animals? I said, these are human beings. They were marveling because they never saw that expression in these men's faces. And one of the brothers said, Brother Farrakhan, I wrote a poem. Can I say it for you? I said, sure, brother. And he ran back to his cell and he came back and he read a most beautiful poem. And all the brothers applauded. And it's a shame that he'll be there for the rest of his natural life. I don't believe we deserve that. I believe there's a way out for everyone that's in prison. And that way out is this. It's a scripture that reads, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sins, and heal their land. America is sick and is in need of a healing. And we are sick and in need of a healing. But that healing is not going to come until we turn back to God and let God make us again in his image and in his likeness. So that those women that I saw in here before you came in will have a real man. A man to be a husband, a man to be a father, a man to be a protector, a man to be a provider. Those women are all but destroyed because the men in their life have not valued what a woman really is. A woman is not a bitch. A woman is not a whore. A woman is a sacred vessel, brothers, because her womb is the agency through which all human problems are solved. Every new invention came from some human being that came from the womb of a woman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please be seated. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, we thank Him for Moses and the Torah. We thank Him for Jesus and the Gospel. We thank Him for Muhammad and the Quran. Peace be upon these worthy servants of God. As a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I am grateful for God's intervention in our affairs and leaving with us a spiritual leader, teacher, and guide, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I greet all of you with the greeting words of peace. We say it in Arabic, Assalamu alaikum, but it means in English, peace be unto you. First, I must say to the head of this institution and to all of you who are administrators and workers, I'm very, very honored to have the privilege to come inside these walls to try to render some service to young men and women who are not really bad people, but have not learned how to handle difficult life situations. I'm honored to be able to talk with you because your job is difficult. To try to manage people who appear to be unruly or even savage. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that a savage is a person that has lost the knowledge of self and is living the life of a beast. If you look at our society, and if you compare it to the ancient worlds that God was displeased with, in the days of Noah, the reason for the destructive flood was because, according to Scripture, every imagination of the people's hearts was continuously to do evil. And violence had become the order of the day. If we look at modern society, evil permeates the society, and it looks like the people's hearts are such that their thoughts are continually on the doing of that which is not only in contravention of man's law, but more importantly, in contravention of God's law. And we as spiritual teachers, I see Father back here, and myself and imams, all of us have, in a sense, failed to lift up the standard of God that allows human beings to measure their own actions by God's standard, so we can see whether we are off the path or on the path. I see a Jewish rabbi here. I'm very honored, sir, because I have the greatest respect for those who preach the Torah, the Gospel, and the Quran. And I want you to know that we as religious people, spiritual people, have to share some of the blame for the moral decadence of the society. Because if we allow people not to know the standard of God, you teach your children certain values and standards. You have rules and laws that govern this institution. And if you violate those laws, as a worker, you will be terminated. And if they violate the standards that are set down by state legislation or federal legislation, we go to prison. But there's a higher law. And if we don't respect the higher law, then the people will not respect the laws that men and women put together to govern society. Now, you know, dear brothers and sisters, look, when I go out and buy a new car, and you buy a new car, in the glove compartment there's a book. It tells you all about this car and how you can get the best out of that automobile. It tells you what kind of gas to put in, how much air pressure should be in the tires, and when you should change your oil and all this. And if you really want to keep your car running well, you follow the directions. You can't go to the store and buy something for your hair and it has on the back, follow the directions. You go and you buy a garment and it tells you how to clean it. Say, now don't put this in the washing machine. Put this in the dry cleaners. Well, if you didn't read, then you dropped it in the washing machine. Then you could put it on your 6-month-old baby afterwards. Well, that's not the manufacturer's fault. You just didn't read the directions. Well, as there are directions in everything, there are directions for living life. And the best knower, Almighty God, has sent down those directions for us through the mouth of his prophets. And he raised men and women up to live the example to show you that it's not really hard to live the directions that make life worth living. This morning I talked to the young women, and this afternoon the young men. But what I said to them in a capsule is, color can never identify you. I'm black, you are white. This one is orange or brown or yellow. Color cannot define you. And if you allow color to define who you are, you have limited yourself by such a definition. Even national origin cannot define you. You say, I'm an American. Well, where's America? It's 3,000 by 2,000 miles on the continent called North America. Well, that's fine. You're an American. But where are your parents? Well, I'm an Italian American. Well, what makes you an Italian American? Because my forefathers came from a country in Europe called Italy. Well, what makes you Irish? I'm Irish. Fine. Well, my father came from Ireland, or I'm Greek, or I'm Polish, or I'm German, or I'm African, or from the Caribbean, I'm Jamaican, or Trinidad. These are little pieces of earth. And we have allowed these little pieces of earth to define who we are. So then we don't get along because I'm Irish. I don't necessarily like the British, and so they're right next door neighbors, but I don't get along with them. Or the British don't get along with the French, or the French don't get along with the Germans, or the Moroccans don't get along with the Tunisians, or the Algerians, or the Egyptians don't get along with the Sudanese, all because nationality has taken precedence over the real value of who the person is. Do you see what I'm saying? You don't have to answer, but you've already answered. And that's why the society is as messed up as it is. Because we've defined ourselves by color. We've defined ourselves by national origin. We've defined ourselves by our biology. We've defined ourselves by our religion. Now here is a Jewish rabbi, a Christian pastor, and I am a Muslim. All three of us say there's one God, and we all claim Abraham as a father of these Abrahamic monotheistic religions. Yet the children of Abraham are at odds with each other. How does Abraham feel about that? He wouldn't be pleased with us. So why are we at odds? Because one is a Jew and the rituals of Judaism are different from the rituals of Christianity, and the rituals of Christianity are different from the rituals of Islam. But if we look at rituals to define our difference, we make the mistake, because rituals are given because ingrained in the ritual is divine truth that the Creator is trying to teach us through the ritual. And we've allowed the rituals to divide us rather than understanding the truth that undergirds the rituals that would unite us. So when we talk about racial healing, there can't be racial healing without justice between us. There can't be racial harmony without mutual respect. And so, in this society, I'd like to close, and maybe there's some questions that you might wish to ask of me. But let me close with these words. Every human need is a human right. And whenever the human need is not met, the human right has been deprived. Whenever a human right is not given to a human being, then there are psychological and social consequences for the denial of human rights. Now, whether we are black or white or whatever our nationality is, as human beings, there's a common set of human needs that are our human rights. No human being should be hungry. Food is a human right. Clothing, shelter, it's human rights. That people should not be homeless. They should not be hungry. They should not be naked. Yeah, well, that's true. Well, how do you propose that they get fed? If you've never seen a bird in a worm line, and you've never seen an ant on a corner begging other ants for something, and these are creatures of God, and yet man and woman are the glory of God. The greatest of his creation is the human being, yet we're in lines begging for bread. We have to subsist on government cheese, government programs. I got to wait for a check. I'm on welfare. You're giving me food stamps. Why do you have to do that? It's because somewhere along the line, you failed in human rights. How does a society fail? I grew up in Boston. I think I had one of the finest educations that any human being could have. I grew up as a member of St. Cyprian's Episcopal Church. I sang in the choir. I carried the cross. I went to Sunday school. I was a good fella, but mischievous. But I soon will be 65 years of age. I've never been arrested in my life. When they started calling me anti-Semitic, a hater, and all of this, they came right back to Boston to see what kind of a child I was, and they could find nothing in my growing up that they could throw in my face. I had a wonderful upbringing. I didn't have a father. My mother was on welfare. But when I was 16 and graduated from high school, she got her last welfare check. And we walked back to Whittier Street, where the welfare place was, and my mother took the check and handed it back to them and said, I thank you for getting my children through high school. Now we will take it from here. She was a disciplined woman. When I graduated from high school, I had 3 years of Latin, 2 years of German, 2 years of French, 1 year of Spanish. I graduated from English high school. I had medieval history, ancient history, modern history. I had algebra, plane geometry, solid geometry, trigonometry, calculus. I knew every country on the earth. I knew the capital of those countries. I knew the people of those countries and what those countries produced. They don't have that education now. 200,000 youngsters graduated from high school last year, and 40% of them are considered functionally illiterate. Whenever you tell me that you can put a man on the moon, that takes an awful lot of knowledge to do that. Send a contraption to Mars and peep in on a planet millions and millions of miles away. Send a telescope up in space and it didn't function right, and from the earth you could correct a telescope, but you can't correct a society that's going to hell. Something is wrong. And when you send children, white, black, brown, out, and America now, the greatest nation on earth, is 26th on earth in terms of education in math and science. 26 nations ahead of America. And do you know who the best are in America in math and science? It's not the white. It's certainly not the black and the Hispanic. It's the Asian students, the Asian Americans. They are the tops in mathematics. They are the tops in science. And if you study their health record, they are the most healthy of the American people. Why? I tell you, we really need to stop and consider where we are. Our country, this one, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else on the earth. I've been everywhere that I could think of on the planet. And even though America has problems, and I as a black person have been very angry with America, I wouldn't want to live no place else. But I want to see America better than what she is. And America is standing, to me, at the brink either of destruction or going up into what is called the kingdom of God. And you know why you're so great? Because everybody on earth lives here. Every member of the human family lives in these 3,000 by 2,000 miles, but you can't get the members of this American body politic to relate to each other humanly, civilly, intelligently. So if that can't happen, then we are sentencing this nation and ourselves to death. The educational system has to be looked at, and every one of our children must be given a chance to be properly educated. You don't need welfare. You don't need handouts when you've scientifically trained young people to be productive. Every human being is born to be productive. And it's up to those of us who are parents and those who are teachers and those in government to help to make the citizens productive. We have not done that. We have not done it. Now the jobs are leaving the inner cities. You as sheriffs and as workers in the law enforcement, your job is harder today than it ever has been in the history of America. Police are really the heroes in the society. I mean, real heroes. You go out on a daily basis and risk your life. And the communities that you are supposed to serve and protect, they are becoming madhouses. And government says they love you, but they make it difficult for you at the same time. Your job is so difficult now, and you are not prepared to handle what's out there. And you can't handle it always with a stick and a gun. There has to be a level of intelligence that every officer of the law must have in order to deal with the situation that's out there. But you're not prepared for that. And if you look at everybody as an animal, which we're acting like that, and you start treating people like animals, then they begin to fear you and hate you, and it makes your job very, very hard. Let me show you how difficult I see your job. When you got people in the inner cities that are deprived of factories, there's no work. The black, the brown, and the poor white that live in the inner cities that are not educationally prepared for a service-oriented economy, and they're not being retrained to fit into a service-oriented economy, what do you have for them to do? Okay, now we say, well, we don't know, maybe we'll put out some ads, be all that you can be, and get them in the armed services. Okay? Now, warfare is so technologically advanced that even a high school graduate, you may not fit in a modern army. And now that America is the only remaining superpower, Russia's decline is making soldiers in that area, as many as we had before, unnecessary, so you bring them back. Now you're closing the bases. Where are the soldiers going to go? What do you have for them to do? You train them to kill. That's what the Army's all about. I read a couple of weeks ago where a young lady who was a pilot was put out of the armed forces because she was having an adulterous affair, with somebody. And as I looked at the case from my vantage point, I said, look at this. Look how long it takes to train a pilot. And to throw her out of the armed forces because, of course, she's committed adultery. I said, my God, when has the Army been the watchman over the 10 Commandments? And then if it's not good to commit adultery, what about thou shalt not kill? See? So it seemed to me that if I were over that young lady, I might deprive her of some benefit for a certain amount of time and rehabilitate her, but I would never throw her out of the service. It's so hypocritical when you know they're all doing this. I mean, what is Paula Jones, what is she talking about? I mean, the American people are sick of hypocrisy carried on by people in high positions. Now, to me, you are the heroes, but you're not paid properly. It's criminal. Now that's criminal justice. This is Farrakhan talking. Look, now I can't see the wisdom of paying a man $1 million to hit a ball into the screen in Fenway Park. Now, that's great stuff. But can you compare a ball player to a teacher who is shaping the destiny of the nation? But the teachers are underpaid. The policemen are underpaid. The firemen are underpaid. The real people who make the nation what it should be are underpaid. And all I got to do is sing. And I can get millions. I can dance. And I can get some money. I can make filthy rap and make money. But you that have to protect a society where the people don't have jobs. I mean, on one end, you got all these people making this big, big, big money. And you got little people who can't find a job. And then in the meantime, while we're studying rocks on Mars, that's great stuff. I mean, look how many millions of miles away that is. And we're down here on Earth watching this little contraption get the rock, you know, and tell us the composition of the rock. Now, we got spy satellites, 20-some thousand miles above the Earth that can zero in on an automobile and tell you its license plate number. But they can't see a dope shipment coming in. I don't have any understanding, but when the drugs come in and the guns come in, and then the gangs develop and the turf wars develop, and the savagery of the people gets worse and worse, then you are asked to go into that kind of environment to serve and protect? Heck no. You ain't thinking about serving and protecting. You're thinking about surviving. Yes. You go in that environment, and then you get a call, then your heart starts racing. You don't know what you're going to find. And they say that the dope boys got bigger guns than you, so you got yours on your hip, but you got something in your trunk, and you got your stuff on. It's like a war zone. It was more, well, I'd say it's easier to live in Vietnam than it is to live in the ghettos. And if you look at the death rate, in Vietnam, we lost 55,000 soldiers in a 9-year period. 55,000. A lot of casualties, but that was loss of life. Guess what? Of the 20,000 deaths per year, murders, over 10,000 of them are in the inner cities. So in 9 years, at 10,000 a year, we lost 90,000. We lost 55,000 in a 9-year period in Vietnam. So the inner city is a war zone. And that's what you're asked to go in and serve, in a war zone. Government is not helping you. If government does not create jobs for the people, they're not helping you in your police work. The people are stressed and they're crazy. And half of you. Let me tell you something. I got a hard job, but I don't envy you. You are stressed. When you go home to your wife and your children, you know the kinds of problems that are existing in your homes. You don't get adequate pay and adequate rest. I really think the society really needs overhauling. It won't be impossible to do, but somebody has to do it. I feel sorry for Bill Clinton because sometimes he wants to, but he can't because there are forces that we don't see that pull him this way, pull him that way. We don't need this kind of game playing with our political leaders, and that's why over 50% of the American people who are eligible to vote did not vote in the last election. And when you see people opting out of the use of the ballot, when that is the most precious mark of a democratic system, then there's something for us to start worrying about. And so I'm hoping that I can come out of prison, you know. I say, what prison you in, Farrakhan? I'm in a prison that I'm this and I'm that. That's really bars. Because now I'm limited in that I don't get a chance to talk to white audiences. I need to talk to you. You need to hear me for yourself. You need to question me. And I need to answer your questions forthrightly. And guess what? Do you know that if I had access to the American people, I believe we could make a better America. I believe that what God has put in me from the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad can make us all a better people. And I refuse to believe that you do not want to be better than what you are. And I refuse to believe that if you are challenged properly, that you can come up to a standard of excellence, but right now you accept mediocrity in all your performances. And mediocrity is not a human characteristic. If we're all created in the image and likeness of a God who did everything to the most excellent degree, how can we accept mediocrity in our own performance of whatever we do and be satisfied? No, you can perform to a greater degree of excellence. And I would hope, as I shut up, that we would begin to see each other the way God sees us, beyond the color of skin, beyond the limitations of our national origins, but see ourselves in the light of what God said in the book of Genesis. He created man and woman in his own image and after his own likeness. That is a very powerful statement. And if you are in the image and likeness of God, and I am in the image and likeness of God, not my color now. You have to be able to look past my color now, especially if you live in a world that has promoted white supremacy. If you see yourself in the image and likeness of God, but me in the image and likeness of somebody else, then you will never treat me as you treat yourself. And if I see you, I'm black now, I've learned to be proud of my blackness. But if I denigrate white, because now I'm proud of being black, then I won't care how white is treated, as long as black is treated all right. And when you begin to think like that, you're sick. And when you see sick people in charge of a sick society, sick times sick is sick squared. And maybe we'll take sick to the third power. So what we all got to do is try to get well so we can serve these inmates and make them better human beings. I know they can be made better. Right. May I close with this? I went to a prison once, and I spoke to men on death row. When they took me into death row, they wanted me to speak to the inmates from behind bars. I would be on the outside, they would be on the inside. I said, no, let me go in. They said, Farrakhan, look, you can't go in there. I said, but I must go in. I can't talk to them through bars. They said, well, if you go in, Farrakhan, you go in at your own risk. I said, fine. They opened the bars and let me in. They were in another group of cells, and they pushed the button, and those cells opened, and these men filed out. 14 black, about 4 Hispanic, and 2 white. I told them, brothers, get a chair and let's sit around in a semicircle or in a circle. And within 10 minutes, I called to God. Excuse me. I said, God, come. I said, look in their faces. I said, do you see animals or do you see human beings? They looked literally renewed. In less than 15 minutes of the right word being put in their ears, there was a reflection in their eyes. My teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, said that it takes 500 seconds or 8 minutes and 20 seconds for the light of the sun traveling at 186,000 miles per second to strike the earth. Likewise, it takes 8 minutes and 20 seconds for the blood to make a complete circulation from the heel to the head and back. He told me, if you go to a hospital and the person is sick, you put the right word in their ear in 8 minutes and 20 seconds, you'll see a change. Because the word of life, has electrical energy in it. When it strikes them right, it energizes the brain, and as the blood comes through the brain, it picks up the energy of the word that you put in that mind. And as it circulates through the body, it energizes the whole body. And as you check your thoughts, when you don't think right, I don't feel good. And then you get some good news. And all of a sudden, like you hit the lottery or something, transformed. Well, imagine what society would be like if you could feed into the minds the best possible food for the mind. And just look at what the American people are being fed. It is absolute filth and garbage. And if you go home tonight and turn on your television and you have cable and you listen to some of the filth that is being put before the American people, paid for by advertisers that legitimize filth, then you wonder why your children are acting and reacting as they do. As a man thinketh, Jesus said, so is he. And you can't think beyond what you're being fed. So those men, within 8 or 10 minutes, seemed totally different. I know that the worst criminals that have not done that which commands death, what happened with Timothy McVeigh, an American soldier that is decorated, but he's so hateful of government that it drove him to the point where he would do that which killed innocent human beings. See, that demands the death penalty. Look at what happened in Israel. People going to the marketplace to shop, and somebody is so deranged that they can carry bombs in suitcases, kill themselves, just to hurt other people, this is madness. And it's going on all over the earth. And unless there's change, genuine change, this is not going to get better. It will get worse. And this is why, dear Rabbi, to me, the only real holy days in this society are celebrated by the Jews. They have holy days that they literally celebrate as holy days. Christians, you have holidays that you profane. If you tell me that Jesus was born on December the 25th, and you sell more liquor on that day and drink more liquor on that day than any other day of the year, and then you bring this big fella from the North Pole and push Jesus out in the minds of the children, they're not looking for Jesus, they're looking for Santa Claus and what Santa Claus left them. And the business community waits on Christmas. And if they get a good Christmas present, meaning you spend all the money that you don't have, which you're not acting like the wise people, they brought some gold, not all. They brought some frankincense and some myrrh. After Christmas, you have nothing left. That is not the way to celebrate the birth of a universal Savior. That's profaning his birth. Man. So you really got to get to know me a lot better than you do. And if you really get to know me and see what good can come from what work I'm doing, look at my work. See? I take the people that you say are incorrigible, and with a word, I clean them up by the help of God. These, they don't smoke. You fighting with the cigarette, and it's killing you. You say, well, you got to die from something. Yeah, die from old age. These, they don't use no drugs. You could put a mound of cocaine in front of them. They'll walk over it, walk around it, but they will never dip in it. We don't have any appetite for that. You follow what I mean? We respect women so much. If you notice, in that Million Man March, I made every one of those men take an oath that they would never refer to a female again in life as a bitch. And no woman should ever refer to herself or another female under those terms. Do you know why? You know why? When you are made in the image and the likeness of God, how could you be a bitch? It even bothers me to use the language. Because a bitch is a female dog. And if you're made in the image and likeness of God, then when you turn God around, it's a dog. And when a human being has been turned upside down, then you become an animal. And if that's why you call each other these filthy names, then maybe we need to work to turn ourselves back to God. So I'll leave you with these words. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sins, and heal their land. America is in need of a healing. The world is in need of a healing. And we as black people are in need of a healing. God has given us the prescription. But a prescription is no good if the person will not take the medicine. If my people, and you are the people of God, are called by my name, humble yourself and pray and seek God's pleasure and turn. That's what repentance is. It's turning away from the thing that you've done to offend God. And you do that, then you're saving your country. You do that, and you're passing on to a future generation the legacy of your turning away from unrighteousness. If you do that, you save yourself. You save your family. You save a nation. And you can really save a world. And that's the message that I hope to bring to Boston tonight and every city into which I go. A message of atonement, reconciliation, and responsibility. Are there any questions? Yes, ma'am. Yes. How are you? Doris, my former sister-in-law? Yes. I'm very honored to see you. I got family. Yes, sir.
It was good to hear what you said. I mean, you think about the money we can put into it, the research, we can't take care of problems here at home, but what about questions of the moral fabric of the family? Is that your starting stone for?
Yes. Yes, definitely. You know, in the year 2000, God willing, we hope to invite all of the men that came to the Million Man March to come back to the mall and bring their wives or their girlfriends. And what we want to do is remarry all those that are married and marry afresh the young ones. Because if God is not at the center of your marriage can become unglued. But if God is at the center of your marriage, and marriage is the cornerstone of family, if we don't rebuild our families, the nation is finished. The divorce rate is terrible. And why do we divorce like this? It's because we really do not understand who we are, who the mate is, and how to relate with each other, and how to go through the problems that test the veracity of our words. When we say, do you take so-and-so to be your lawfully wedded wife or husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for richer, for poorer, for better, for worse, in sickness and in health, keeping yourself only to her or to him until death us do part. I do. Lies. See? When you start off lying, you know what I mean? You can't keep a marriage together on the basis of lies. And I know you mean it when you say it. I do. But every word that you speak that involves righteous principles will be tested by the negative side of your own consciousness and by negatives outside of your marriage that will test the strength of your word. And so you're always fighting to see, should I stay faithful or should I sneak? Should I do this or should I do that? You're fighting with yourself. And every time we break the vow, we unglue the marriage. Because once you're lying to your mate and you're lying to yourself, you fake it now. Good morning, honey. How are you? Oh, my God, I hope this telephone call, your phone rings, I hope it ain't her, my girlfriend, calling my house. You can never get it right when you're trying to do wrong. So we got to clean up the way we relate. If we can strengthen marriage and strengthen the family and the morality that goes with strong marriage and strong family, we've turned this whole thing around now. We've saved the nation if we can save the family. So our effort must be to strengthen families. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Michael. You just said, they are proud of you to change. With all respect, why never see a Latino man or a white man in your company?
Oh, we have Latinos, and there are many white Muslims. But this movement, to be very honest, was designed for the black because the black was in the worst condition in the society. It's like triage, you know? You know what I'm talking about. The doctor just left. When you got triage, I guess that's what you call it, you take the one that is in the worst condition first and work on them. Now, if you look at black folk, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you know how we like to hop on police brutality? Well, we know there's police brutality, no question about that. But I defy anybody to say that the police are more brutal to us than we are to each other. If you look at the statistics of the people that we put in city hospital every weekend, it dwarfs what police do to us. So we are in a terrible condition, and we need a work done on us, and that work was done first. Just like if you went to Jesus 2,000 years ago, listen to his words. Go ye not into the way of the Samaritans or into the way of the Gentiles, but go ye to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Then at a certain point he said, go ye into all the world and take this gospel to every nation, every kindred, and every tongue. I work with them first because they are in the worst condition, but we have Hispanic brothers, and now you heard what I said, I'm going to talk to white folk because I believe you all need as much as we need. We used to think that we were the lost sheep, and we definitely lost sheep, all right. But I hear some bad all over the earth. So I think all of us are a little lost, and we all need some guidance and help. And I think that as a servant of God, I would be less than a true servant if I allow bitterness or hatred into my heart to keep me from rendering a service to every human being that may need it. So I'm saying to you, I've grown. I have grown. I have matured by the grace of God. And as the scripture says, when I was a child, you see, I spoke as a child because I understood as a child. But when you become a man, you put away childish things. And it would be childish for me to work to heal black people, and we're living here together, black and brown and white and yellow and Jews and Gentiles and whatnot. If we don't work to heal the whole, then the disease of others will come right back in the house and affect us. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Reverend Moses, I'm going to chapter here. I like the question that you raised about education, and you're 26 in a plan. Do you have a plan for the future to work with the government for better for the people?
Yes.
Maybe within a 3-year plan, a 5-year plan, a format, a simple format that maybe you can send a sample to the government, education-wise.
Yes. Yes, I would like to, but I'm in prison, you see. And you can't work if you're in jail. The warden has to let me out. What I'm saying is this. If I can ever escape this prison of anti-Semitism and being anti-white and being somebody that really hates America and is not good for America, if I can escape that prison, then I, like Joseph, I believe can help this modern Pharaoh to solve some of the problems. God is so wonderful that whenever there's a great, great nation, that is suffering, sometimes he puts solutions in unlikely places. And if you're a racist, you can't hear it because it's coming from somebody black or somebody you didn't expect it from. Like they said, the Million Man March was great, but good God Almighty, why did it have to come through that guy? See? You see? I wish it was me. Well, if I was such a dirty guy, a no good guy, why would God issue a call through me that the like of which has never been seen anywhere on the earth in the last 6,000 years? Why would he choose a darkened heart of hate and bitterness to call from 1 to 2 million men who have never been together on a mall and give the world the example of the greatest peace and love in a demonstration that has ever been seen? Now, very few nations have an army of 2 million men. I made a call and those men responded. They responded to me. Don't you fool yourself. Well, it really wasn't him. It was Jesse. No, it wasn't Jesse.
Come on. That's right.
And I love Jesse, but it was not Jesse.
Right.
It wasn't Lowry. It wasn't the Congressional Black Caucus. It wasn't any of them. It was Farrakhan.
Yes, sir.
Now, why did God allow that to come through me? Because God knows me better than all of you. I got something good for America. And at the pinnacle of that kind of power, I never said a word, one word, that would arrogate to myself that if I had an army of 2 million, I would do harm to another human being. At the pinnacle of that day, I said, let's sit down and dialogue together. See? I'm not who you think. I'm a lot better than that. So once I get out of prison, then, politicians who see my good work, they'll come quietly and say, Farrakhan, doing a good job. They come like Nicodemus, in the night. Well, I'm not a prostitute. I don't want you to see me by night in the dark. Let me come out. I need to be in the circles of those men and women who talk about saving a nation, redoing an educational system. We have ideas that can reform, that don't take a lot of money. We do this with no money. So imagine if we had a little money behind us. Oh, brother. Huh? Yeah, that's right. Gaddafi offered me $1 billion, and they won't even let the money come in. Thank you, son. May I say this? We as Muslims have been in America for 67 years, and there's no record of us buying guns and doing that kind of crazy stuff. If Gaddafi gave me a grant of $1 billion, I would buy one gun. Imagine how many people we could put to work. We get $438 billion out of the American economy, but we're not producing anything. With $1 billion, maybe we could attract 10% of that back into our own communities. With $40 billion attracted back into our communities, what do we look like begging? Where's your hospital? We got to go to city hospital, but the Catholics have a hospital, the Jews have a hospital, Presbyterians have a hospital, Lutherans have a hospital. Everybody got a hospital. Where's yours? Where's ours? We ain't got none. Where's our factory? We ain't got none. What are you doing for yourself? Well, I'm waiting for somebody to give me a job. Just let me out of prison. And I think I'm coming out. I hear the keys. Yes, ma'am.
You talked about being in prison, and I'd like to know how you think you got here.
How I think I got here?
In prison, your prison that you've been talking about.
Yeah, through words that I spoke that were taken, really some of them out of context and distilled into other words and made headlines for political purposes. And I'm not a coward. This is no black man that you're going to make bow down. That's over, baby. You got to see me as a man like I see myself. I'm not coming to you crawling. See, I don't believe in that stuff. You have to kill me. I will not bow down. You don't look like God to me. I bow down only to God. And if you show me truth, I'll bow down to that because that is of God. But to think now that I'm your slave, I got to answer to you. This is a sin. I go all over the world. Look at this. I go to Libya. I come back in the country like I'm a criminal or something. Farrakhan, where you been? They treat me like a head of state everywhere on earth. I come back to where I live. Pull me out of line. Mr. Farrakhan, step over here, please. Did you go to Libya? Yes, I went to Libya. I'm a free man. I go where I want to go. Now, they say Farrakhan is cavorting with thugs and criminals. See, they don't respect me as a religious leader. I'm a black man. I can't go because this is really a plantation and I got to report to massa. Hell no. I don't have no massa here. My master is God. And if you want to make me bow down, then you make me a warrior. I'm that too. Now, let me get to my point. My point is this. I went to Libya. His Holiness the Pope has now got diplomatic relations with Libya. Nobody said he's cavorting with thugs. In 6 months, he'll be in Cuba. I went to Cuba. They had pictures of me with Fidel Castro. What did you talk about? Why didn't you ask me? You say he's over there, he's in Nigeria, he's in the Sudan. These are rogue nations. Who is it that's defining what a rogue is? Are you the holy ones now, America? Call me before Congress and I'll show you who the rogue has been. You, the American people, don't even know what your government has been doing to people all over the earth. And it's time that you wake up, because you become the ugly American and they hate you all over the world and you are innocent, but your government is guilty.
Yes, sir.
And somebody got to say it.
That's right.
And I got the courage to say it, and I will say it until God take my breath away. Yes, and I'm coming out of prison, whether the warden come or not, ready or not, here I come. It's time. No, I think I said 10 minutes, and it's now 20 minutes, and I know this could go on. You have to pardon me, and I get passionate, you know.
Yes, sir.
I'm passionate over truth. But I want to say to the young lady, in truth, sometimes we contribute to our own imprisonment. And I think by the fact that I've talked for 40 years only to black audiences, black people understand me. You know, there's a language, there's a rhythm, you know. So when you talk to black audiences, they applaud me. They love me. This is the truth.
That's right.
But now there are things that I could say to a black audience. If I said it to a white audience, there may be offense. So it was a Jewish rabbi that visited my home, and we talked about language. It was Rabbi Shalman, who was the dean of rabbis in Chicago at one time. And he told me, Farrakhan, he says, you can say words that to you mean one thing, but to a Jewish person, it would be very offensive. And that's understandable. So now when you talk to an audience, as broad as this audience is, I have to speak in universal terms, and I'm learning that so that I don't become offensive in language. Jesus said, he who offends not in speech is perfect. I want to get that way because that's the only way I can represent God and truth properly. I must not be offensive to anyone when I speak the truth. And so I have been offensive. And that offense was not intentional, but I'm talking to black folk. White folk come in the media. And naturally, some of the media, they're frightened. They say, oh my God, who is this guy? He's got all these people, they love him. And we don't know him. We don't control him. We don't control him. See, this idea of control, see, that's this white supremacist slave master mentality. Why must you control everything that goes on in the world? See, that's crazy. I refuse to be controlled. You can't make me this kind of fella that's like your puppy dog, you pull him around. So you got to get used to black men as black men. You got to get used to seeing us as you see yourself. You want to be respected for who you are. You don't like for somebody to pin you down and whatnot. If I make a mistake and I'm free to speak and I make a mistake, you correct me, I'll submit. Because truth and God is above us all. Show me where I'm in error. That's all I ask. If I have spoken something that is in error, then I will repent of that. I'm not a proud man. I never called Judaism a dirty or gutter religion. I never did. I'm not a liar. I'm not afraid of you.
Come on, leader.
So I got to lie to protect myself from censure. Hell, I've been censured for the last 14 years, man. It hasn't fazed me. I did not say that, Rabbi. I would never say that Judaism is a dirty or gutter religion when I believe in the Torah as you believe in. And if you follow it, you are my brother in faith because I'm trying to follow the Quran as you follow the Torah. Well, then what was I talking about? Even when I explained myself, my explanation is not accepted. So every time you read of Farrakhan, you say, the man that called Judaism a gutter religion, the man that called Hitler great. I didn't say that. I said Hitler was wickedly great. You taught me English. It's not my language. What is great? Hitler is wickedly great. Great is a predicate nominative, isn't it not? A predicate adjective that describes Hitler. Great does not mean good. It is not a synonym for good. That's why you call the great crash of the stock market the great earthquake, because it was 8 something on the Richter scale. What's the man? Alexander the Great. Didn't mean he was Alexander the Good. Babylon the Great didn't mean Babylon the Good. So when I said Hitler was a great man, because any man that can command the attention of history for over 40 years is a man of greatness, but he wasn't righteously great. He was wickedly great. You still write about him. 40 years after he's dead, you're still talking about him. Dustin Hoffman, who is Jewish, said one of the roles that he's always wanted to play in his life is a role of Hitler. Nobody Jewish said, well, boy, what's wrong with you? You shouldn't say that. But if Farrakhan says, then why do you single me out like that? Like I shouldn't have an opinion. No. That day is over. And if you really want to heal race relations, don't try to cower human beings so that they feel afraid to tell you what they really think. Each of you that are on the job, you know you got bosses that, you would like to tell a few things to. And sometimes you grit your teeth and you go out and you cuss them behind the door. But wouldn't it be nice if you could say, sir, may I sit with you a moment. You know, this morning when you said such and such and such, I really didn't appreciate that. Because I thought this, and this. Whoa. And you say it with respect for the authority that they have. But you say it because you respect yourself. And you don't want anybody, because you are a subordinate, to just crush you because you're a subordinate. Man, if we could get a world like this, where we're not afraid to talk to each other openly and honestly, do you realize how much stress that would take off of everybody? Come on, man, let's make a better world. Let's try and do better by each other. I thank you for your question, and I thank you for your listening to me and giving me this privilege to talk with you. May God bless you all. May I please be excused?